We all on our telephones with the texts and the tweets and the beats. What he said, she said, can't even follow the thread. Down the hall, we all go. Me, I like keeping up too, with my corona and my attitude. That's the fine life, baby.
FanDuel's simple app makes it easy to get closer to the game. To get Dan even closer, we've arranged for him to experience a genuine James Harrison tackle.
Wait, what?
FanDuel, play free all season.
The shift has begun. The ante's been upped. To lead the charge. Good. Had to be amazing. And amazing had become the expectation. The drivers feel it every time they get in. The power has shifted.
At NFL Network, we're here for Thursday, and the primetime lights in the big out.
He's incredible. I mean, how good is that?
We're here for Gordon's revival and Darnold's potential, for the play records and the playmakers,
First down and more. That's big time there.
for the next level at Mile High,
Is caught.
and the JETS taking flight. We're here for Thursday. Broncos, Jets, Thursday Night Football, Thursday at 8, only on NFL Network.
The NFL Today on CBS Sports is presented by Ram Trucks, built to serve.
And welcome back to the NFL Today. And now Amazon takes you out to the sights and sounds of the game between the Texans and the Steelers. So let's head out to Pittsburgh to join our announcers, Ian Eagle, Charles Davis, and Evan Washburn. JB, a warm, sunny afternoon in the Steel City. Temperature in the high 70s today. The Steelers look rejuvenated with their Pro Bowl quarterback, Ben Roethlisberger, back under center. And a matchup today with the exciting fourth-year QB from the Houston Texans, Deshaun Watson. It's week 3 of the NFL on CBS. And welcome to the broadcast booth, everybody. Ian Eagle along with Charles Davis. Evan Washburn joins us momentarily from downstairs. The Steelers saw what life was like without Ben Roethlisberger last year. I think they like it better with Big Ben in the lineup. Chance to move to 3-0 for the first time in 10 years, ED.
And he likes being back, playing with a great joy. And you see it each and every time he hits the field. He's loving life, and he came back to win championships. And one way he wants to do it with this offense is spreading the wealth. He's not just throwing it to Juju Smith-Schuster, who he had a great connection with before. He's spreading it out to everyone eligible to catch a pass. And he's doing it a variety of ways. In the pocket, out of the pocket, short, intermediate, deep. You name it. Big Ben's doing it. He's having a blast the whole time.
And Charles, one thing that's become very evident, the Pittsburgh defense is fast, it is physical, it is ferocious. And it has been very productive through the first 2 games, allowing the fewest rushing yards in the NFL, 10 sacks, second in the league. They're scoring points off of the takeaways, and they're getting it from all angles as we check out our TV Chuck Talk.
Yeah, one thing about this team, yeah, we know about Pittsburgh, but they can beat you conventionally, too. A 4-man rush. T.J. Watt flashes, but in the middle, Tyson Alualu, great hand movement, gets to the quarterback, Jeff Driscoll. And then they come from the secondary. Here's Mike Hilton, one of the better blitzing defensive backs in the league. He gets it done coming from the corner.
Well, meanwhile, for Houston, 0-2, very disappointed. Played maybe the 2 best teams in the NFL in the first 2 weeks of the season. Bill O'Brien told us yesterday, we know we're a good football team. Now they have to actually go out and show it, Charles. That's the next step for Houston.
And one way they're going to have to show it is to get more big plays downfield with this receiving core. We know DeAndre Hopkins isn't there, but these guys are all capable. They just need a connection with their quarterback, Deshaun Watson. They've got to find a way to get it done. None of them have found the end zone here in the early going. And Deshaun Watson, what he's looking for is that connection with those receivers, but also get the running game going, continue to create plays with his legs, and then in this Pittsburgh team, the pressure, he's going to want to throw it deep as well.
More on the Texans. We'll check in with Evan Washburn.
So, the Texans defense, they're showing flashes of
guys were trying to get takeaways with the thought that you put yourself in position, it'll happen. We'll see if it happens out on this field. All right, Evan, time for us to do Project Smarter, presented by the Home Depot.
And for Houston, of course, the spotlight shines on J.J. Watt. He told us that he had his best week of practice this week. He is ready to roll. If you want to be smart, if there's one Watt on one side, get two for your team. Pittsburgh has TJ and Derek, and they are ready to take on their big brother. And for the Pittsburgh Steelers, Evan Washburn told you, Houston's defense gives up 198 yards. Pittsburgh wants to hammer the rock. And for the Houston Texans, he also told you they haven't taken the ball away this year. They want to steal the ball in the Steel City.
It is the seventh all-time meeting between the Texans and the Steelers. Countdown to kickoff continues here from Pittsburgh, PA. We've got the action for you. The NFL on CBS.
We are live after the presidential debate. Tune in and find out which country Trump will openly solicit for help. My money's on Mordor.
Live Tuesday on CBS.
Get ready
Let's go, baby.
for Big Brother All-Stars tonight on CBS.
Wherever he is, he's not all there. Joe Biden is too weak to stop China. I don't know, too weak to stop Pelosi.
And what if there was
And too weak to stop the radicals tearing down America. The times are tough. The man is weak. America First Action is responsible for the content of this advertising.
WTHN, your black and gold nation station.
This is our chance to put the darkness of the past 4 years behind us, to end the anger, the insults, the division, and start fresh in America.
I don't pledge allegiance to red states of America or blue states of America. I pledge allegiance to the United States of America. I'm going to fight as hard for those who supported me as those who did not support me. We have a chance to put anger and division that overtaken this country behind us. And we can. We've done it so many times in our history. We've begun anew. We can get control of this virus. We can reward work. We can make healthcare affordable. We can be a safe and just nation. We can deal with the existential threat of climate change. We can be what we are at our best.
The Houston Texans and Pittsburgh Steelers meet this afternoon for the first time since Christmas Day 2017. Thank you for tuning in and watching my live reactions play-by-play. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. As always, be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. That thumbs up button. Share on social media. Hashtag NFL. Hashtag HOU for Houston versus PIT for Pittsburgh. When you share on social media, chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated as well. For the second time in 2 years, the Steelers will face a team that has a relative on that respective team. Last year, it was the Steelers and Buffalo Bills with the Edmonds boys. Now, this afternoon in the Steel City, we will have a wattage. Who will be more powerful between JJ, TJ, and Derek Watt, all Wisconsin Badger alums. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. We'll dive into the rest of the NFL this afternoon with Week 3 kicking off, coming up at halftime, first half stats and scores. But right now, for the first time in almost 3 years, out of the AFC South, the 0-2 Houston Texans, with losses to the defending Super Bowl 54 Kansas City Chiefs and the past two NFL MVPs with Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson. Texans with 2 losses, weeks 1 and 2, entering week 3 today on the road once again. Pittsburgh, their second consecutive home game before going on the road to Music City next week to take on the Tennessee Titans. Houston at 0-2, losing to the Chiefs and Ravens. Pittsburgh, on the other hand, 2-0 with a Monday night win week 1 against the Giants, and then also last week against the Denver Broncos. So Texans and Steelers about to kick off from Heinz Field in Pittsburgh. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe. Hit the thumbs up button. Share once again on social media using those respective hashtags as mentioned, hashtag NFL, hashtag HOU for Houston versus PIT for Pittsburgh. Hashtag HOU versus PIT. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, always greatly appreciated. As well, as mentioned, halftime as usual, first half stats and scores. However, today as well, before WWE Clash of Champions later on tonight, beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern Time, I'll also have live reactions play of that as well, along with NFL Sunday Night Football, as the Packers head on down to the Big Easy to take on Drew Brees and the Saints, as the Saints are coming off a Monday night loss on the road against the Raiders last week. I will, due to not having enough time over the past 48 hours, I was unable to sit down and record my WWE Clash of Champions preview predictions. So also coming up at halftime, we will preview WWE Clash of Champions before the pay-per-view later on tonight. And that is only due to the time that I was unable to have to sit down and record. As mentioned last week, I was planning on releasing those yesterday, but been a little busy over the past 2 to 3 days or so following the Thursday night Dolphin win on the road against the Jacksonville Jaguars that we'll get into a little bit later on, along with the rest of NFL Week 3. But now this afternoon, Texans on the road and Pittsburgh taking on the Steelers. Boswell on to kickoff, right to left. Houston back deep to receive, and we're underway with Houston and the Pittsburgh Steelers. We'll have a touchback. No fans in attendance once more due to COVID-19 restrictions. All teams did in fact pass COVID protocols once again this week. However, AJ Terrell of the Falcons did test positive. However, the Falcons then cleared quarantine and are playing this afternoon against the Chicago Bears. So touchback, 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line, left to right. Watt bringing pressure off the edge. That's TJ, as Watson pass near side, incomplete, intended for David Johnson, the former Cardinal that the Houston Texans traded for in the DeAndre Hopkins deal. Also underway, live side-by-side on Fox in Cleveland as the Browns host the team formerly known as the Washington Redskins, the new Washington football team. Will also have a touchback there, so 1st and 10 Browns as well from the 25-yard line to begin that game. Texans, 2nd down run, goes for a few, 3rd down on the way. As we are now underway here with the Texans and Steelers once again. 3rd down and 5 after a decent pickup. Texans week 1, that Thursday night opener on the road against the Chiefs. Had the pleasure of calling that game. Maybe a false start there. They give it to him. Watson over the middle, incomplete. Intended for one of his 2 tight ends, and Jordan Akins falls incomplete though. 4th down and 5, so a very, very quick 3 and out to begin the ball game here this afternoon. Not even a full minute in, and the Texans will in fact punt. So we're going to see David DeCastro back on the offensive line at the guard position for the Steeler offense coming up next. Hopefully, though, for the 3rd consecutive game, Deontay Johnson will not have a few early miscues and cost the Steeler offense the chance to have some decent field possession. Let it go. Let it roll. Still good field position to start off here. 1st and 10 at the 22-yard line as the Texans down the punt. Here comes Big Ben Roethlisberger. 1st and 10 for the black and gold offense. Once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. And now Roethlisberger, the all-time winningest quarterback in Steeler history. Broke a few records last week with passing touchdowns and yards in the league as well. Eric Ebron in motion, but today he passes Mike Webster for most starts ever in a Pittsburgh Steeler uniform with 221. Pass was far side for a few, incomplete, intended for Eric Ebron, the former Lion and Colt tight end. Second down and 10 now from the 22. Out of the gun, back to his right. That's James Conner. Fake to give to him over the middle. It's once again intended for Eric Ebron, incomplete. Third down and 10. So maybe a very quick 3-and-out for the Steeler offense here this afternoon as well. Ben was going to hand off there, it looked like, and then saw the linebacker pull up. He pump fakes Ebron wide open over the middle, and then it was a little behind him. But still was catchable, but it still fell incomplete. Ben gets it off complete. Juju, and he's going to pick up the first down, it looks like, as he reaches for that first down marker. Was about ready to say, oh, he's about 2 yards shy once again, averaging 8 yards a catch for the third consecutive week, but he stays in bounds and actually does a back body drop towards the sideline, picking up the first down. Ben got hit as he let it go as well, gets up though. Big first down pickup on a third down to keep the chains rolling here early in the first. Ben now going to hand off James Conner. He's going to break a tackle, pick up a first down for 12 yards. So 2 consecutive plays, 2 consecutive first downs for the Steelers. Running back position with Conner and Snell. Weeks 1 and 2, they flip-flopped in yardage. Week 1, Conner didn't really play that well. Benny Snell, in his absence, had over 100 rushing yards. And then last week against the Broncos, roles were reversed. Snell was the hot hand leading in, but as Ben goes deep down the far sideline, incomplete, intended for Juju, incomplete, second and 10. Ben, yeah, okay, shakes his head. We'll go back to that later on. But then Snell couldn't get anything going, so they go back to Conner. Conner has over 100 rushing yards in last week's win as well. So we'll see. Hopefully it's not going to be a every week occurrence. Now Tony McFarland, the back out of Maryland, who they drafted this past year in the draft, rookie Anthony McFarland Jr., gets his first NFL carry, and it's going to go for about 7 yards. It'll be third down. Pass was intended for Juju Smith-Schuster. Sorry for any technical difficulties. Might have had a defensive hold there. It'll be pass interference on the Texan defense. It'll be a 15-yard automatic spot foul. So first down, Steelers, as they were in an empty set, 5 wide, then on 3rd and 3. Yeah, that's a good call. That's a hold more than a PI, but we'll take the Ben was out of the eye, faked the give, and then dumped it off the corner on the screen near side, picked up the first down inside the 25. Now we'll see what they do here. A few of these other 1 o'clock games also underway. We'll get into those a little bit later on. Handoff Conner once again. About 2 yards for him on the pickup. Second down. Steelers in field goal range now, so this drive should end in points. as Tennessee has 3 already on the road against the Vikings. Pittsburgh will play on the road in Nashville next week, also at 1 o'clock. I'll also have live reactions, play-by-play of that, so be sure to tune in. Officially 3rd and 1, under 10 to play here in the opening quarter. Pittsburgh started this drive at the 22-yard line. They're now inside the red zone. Yard shy. That was a 3rd long and 1. Very long 1. They don't really give them anything. And it'll be 4th down, and here comes Chris Boswell. Boswell going to attempt his first field goal here this afternoon. Flag on the play with the Skins and Browns as well. Personal foul on one of these two teams. Don't know who's on offense or defense right now. Automatic first down though. Boswell's field goal up and good in the meantime with 8:55 to play in the opening quarter. The Pittsburgh Steelers 2-0. Get back to the action with the Texans getting back on offense when we return after a quick 3-and-out from them on their opening drive before Pittsburgh drove and had to settle for a field goal. So 3-0. Ball at the 45-yard line for Haskins and the Washington football team. Pass far sideline on 1st and 10. Incomplete. There's fans in attendance in Cleveland at First Energy Stadium. It differs by team depending on what area, what region you are in fact in. Kansas City, Jacksonville, and Cleveland are 3 teams right now that are allowing fans at a limited capacity, of course. Haskins about 30 yards passing here early in the first from the 45, 2nd and 10 after that incomplete. That arguably should have been called for a holder, pass interference on the far sideline, but nonetheless, 2nd and 10 handoff. Cleveland Browns make a stop in the backfield, 3rd down and long now. Pittsburgh will in fact play both of these teams later on in the season. They'll get the Skins, the new Washington football team, at home in December in Pittsburgh at Heinz Field. And then, of course, with the Steelers and Browns, both in the AFC North, they'll play home and home, of course, later on in the year. And hopefully, when that time rolls around, Myles Garrett will be done hitting quarterbacks over the head with their helmets. Incomplete over the middle, so watch out, Dwayne Haskins. Said the same thing for Joe Burrow. Another former Ohio State Buckeye, as Haskins actually returns to the Buckeye State here this afternoon. And the Browns at 1-1, they lost to Baltimore week 1, and then about a week and a half off from that last Thursday night win over the Bengals by 5, week 2, 35-30. But nonetheless, incomplete on 3rd down. Skins on the punt, and we'll get Baker Mayfield and his hometown team back on offense here with 9:05 to play in the opening quarter. Pre-game a little after 10 o'clock this morning. There's all 3 Watt brothers standing around the 30-yard line. JJ, a former Central Michigan Chippewa, a tight end before transferring to Wisconsin to play defensive end. First-round pick almost a decade ago. TJ and Derek followed in his footsteps. Now all 3 in the NFL. JJ's played for the Texans his whole entire career. TJ's played for the Steelers his whole entire career. Derek's bounced around, played for the Chargers, now in Pittsburgh with the Steelers after signing this past offseason. Started in the backyard. And now, for the first time this afternoon, all 3 Watt brothers in the NFL facing off against one another in Pittsburgh as the Texans take on the black and gold. Second down after a few yard pickup for DJ 31, David Johnson, former Northern Iowa Panther, who has battled injury throughout his 5-year NFL career. Cardinals and Texans worked out a trade back in March, sent Hopkins to the desert for a few picks, and then David Johnson in return. As the Texans lost Lamar Miller to free agency, and then they get their running back and give Deshaun Watson a more reliable 3-down back, even though Lamar Miller was good when he was in H-Town. I believe he was in New England with the Pats before being cut about a month ago now. Honestly, don't know if he has signed with any other team at this point in time. Watson looking to throw on third down. It's complete the 40-yard line. Out past midfield. There's Brandon Cooks, who they signed to replace DeAndre Hopkins. They have Will Fuller, Brandon Cooks, Kiki Cutie, along with Kenny Stills. Empty set. From the 47. First and 10. Watson over the middle is complete the 32. And that's Will Fuller. Big 17-yard first down pickup for him to move the sticks. Most of these games still tied at 0. Not a whole lot of offense so far this afternoon. The 49ers still on the East Coast taking on the Giants. They're up 3-0, along with Tennessee, as mentioned, against the Vikings. And Pittsburgh, of course, over Houston. But other than that, it's all 0. First and 10, Johnson up the gut for about another 2-yard pickup. Second down to come. Johnson going to come out. His long-lost brother from another mother. Duke Johnson also on the roster, backing him up. Empty set, 5 wide, 2nd and 7. Watson going deep down the far sideline. Incomplete intent for Brandon Cooks once again. A few good games this week for week 3. Sunday Night Football. Packers on the road in New Orleans taking on the Saints. Big one tomorrow night. Chiefs, Ravens. Live reactions, play of that, along with WWE Monday Night Raw. The post fallout from Clash of Champions. As mentioned, coming up at halftime as well, my Clash of Champions preview predictions. And unfortunately, due to time over the past few days or so, I was unable to record. So I'm going to plug these in before the pay-per-view begins later on tonight. Be sure to tune back in for Clash of Champions at 7. Watson completed the 12. And Randall Cobb, former Packer and Cowboy, also now in Houston, picks up the touchdown. Don't know what happened there on the coverage. See a replay here. Cobb in the slot and makes Hilton stumble all over the place. And Cobb just finds his way into the end zone. So, Houston take and Fairbairn's extra point up and good. 7-3 Texans on the road against the Steelers. A good play. I don't know what happened there on defense. Cobb just had some quicker feet than Mike Hilton on that play. Juked him out, and then Watson finds him. Hit him at the 12-13 yard line, looked like, and then he walked into the end zone for 6, so hopefully that's not going to be the case all afternoon, but Houston with a 7-3 lead now. Mayfield stepping up, tucking in a run, pick up a few yards to the 40-yard line. As they're around 6 minutes to play in the first quarter as well. Still tied at 0 though. Except a lot of these games still 0 apiece. And for some reason they pan to Case Keenum on the Browns sideline, who is the backup quarterback for Baker Mayfield and the Browns, for a shot there, potentially of, hey, Mayfield goes down, here's who's going to be coming in. But I don't see that happening by any means. Not just yet. Or even if they start to suck it up. Now, I did say week 1 that Mayfield and Carson Wentz and the Philadelphia Eagles could very well be run out of town if they don't play well this year. But Mayfield won up on a few connections with these teams here early in September. So 0 apiece with the Skins and Browns. Wash and get the football back. That's our shot of Heinfield, Pittsburgh. There's Bill O'Brien, the former Penn State head coach back in 2012 and 13 before taking the Houston Texans job. Has won a few AFC South titles, a few playoff wins, however, not able just yet to get to the Super Bowl. But here early on, down already 0-2 on the year, and on the road trailing by 3. Their second drive better than their first. A few big first down throws for Watson, and then he finds Randall Cobb for a touchdown, his first of the season. Randall Cobb's first receiving touchdown here in 2020. First and 10 Steelers now for 23. And Ray McLeod in motion. Connor going to get the carry. He's going to get to the 27 for 4. Second down and 6. As the Steelers trail by 4. It's 7-3 if you're just now tuning in. Thank you. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe, hit that thumbs up button, and share on social media. Second and 6. Speaking of those Bengals and Eagles, they're tied at 0 as well. Week 2, arguably last week, the best of the 2 for the NFL season so far. Week 3 now, off to a slow start, it looks like. Defense is coming to play. Some of these offenses, as of yet, just can't get going. Connor, few-yard pickup once again, third down. Big one up in Foxborough. The Pats are hosting Chucky, John Gruden, the new Las Vegas Raiders. Gruden's first game as the Raider head coach, or a head coach in general, in the National Football League, back in Foxborough since that tuck roll game back in the early 2000s, which is very, very hard to believe. You would have thought the Bucs would have played up there when he was the head coach, but no. Ben going to go down on the sack back at the 18-yard line on 3rd and 5. And Pittsburgh will bring out Dustin Colquitt to punt. There's Riverboat Ron Rivera, who is currently battling cancer. Shout out to him. Hope all is well. Big hit, Carl Joseph, former West Virginia Mountaineer and Raider, when they were still in the black hole out in Oakland before moving to Vegas this year. Big hit for him as he's now in the Cleveland secondary. It was a simple end around, and then he tribal chief Roman Reigns speared the Skins right at midfield, but still a big first down pickup. Ball the 50, Haskins looking to throw, and it's going to be picked off at the 26-yard line. Ball actually falls incomplete. 2nd and 10. Had it and dropped it as they were near the sideline. Yeah, Washington with their own big hit there to jar the ball loose on that potential interception. So it falls incomplete, and the Skins have a 2nd and 10 with 4:12 to play here in the opening quarter. 2nd and 10 from midfield, empty set. Haskins complete, first down pickup inside the 40, 35-30, down for 28, 1st and 10. And that's Terry McLaurin, former teammate of Haskins in Columbus at the shoe. And the Skins have looked good here early this season. Week 1, come from behind win at home against the Eagles. 27 unanswered to win by 10. And then last week, they went to the desert, lost to the now 2-0 Kyler Murray-led Arizona Cardinals. Cardinals facing the Lions later on. So both these teams at 1-1. 2nd down to come with Washington and Cleveland. Commercial break with Houston and Pittsburgh. An update on Fox of the Texans-Steeler game that's on CBS right now. And Randall Cobb from... How long was that touchdown? 22 yards, I think. Yeah, we'll say 20 plus out. I'll have to check. First stats at halftime. Stay tuned. 3rd down for the Skins. 2 minutes to play in the first. But a commercial break with Houston and Pittsburgh after that sack. Texans getting the ball back after the punt. So if they can take advantage here with some good field possession, a 4-point first quarter lead on the road, especially when you're 0-2 on the season against arguably 2 of the best teams in all the NFL right now, who will meet tomorrow on Monday Night Football. We'll see what happens. 1st and 10 from the 42. Watson looking to throw again. Almost brought down. He is, in fact, brought down. And Vinny Williams, 98 on the sack. He's 2nd and a mile now. And they update us on the Texans' first 2 weeks, losing to the Chiefs and Ravens. An interesting note with the Houston Texans and Pittsburgh Steelers rivalry, with the Texans entering the league back in 2002, the Texans have only defeated the Pittsburgh Steelers 2 times, in 2002 and 2011. There's a 9-year gap in between those 2 victories. And now here 9 years later in 2020, they meet once again. I'm not going to say by any means the Texans will win today, but if history is in fact on their side, Houston will go on the road and give Pittsburgh their first loss of the season, as Pittsburgh looks to begin 3-0 for the first time in a decade. Forgot to add that in at the start of today's game. 3rd and 19, ball 33, empty set, 5 wide, touchdown. Washington football team, the Skins, up early on the road against the Browns. Watson going to dump it off, complete out to the 42. Going to be short though. 4th down for Houston. Buffalo 7-0 against the visiting Rams. That's arguably the best 1 o'clock game this afternoon, with both teams at 2-0. Buffalo's first real test, yes, after defeating the Jets and Dolphins weeks 1 and 2. Rams with a Cowboy and Eagle win. Texans get their punt off. Fair catch signal for it, the 4. And Deontay Johnson, for the first time this year, does not muff a punt. And we got an injured Pittsburgh Steeler. Let's see who that is. They'll head to a commercial break. And surprisingly, we have the same commercial going on at the same time right now on 2 different channels, which isn't uncommon, but
Bigger?
normally you still just don't see that.
Bigger than what I'm doing?
So Texans and Steelers, 7-3. Pittsburgh gonna get the ball back. Hopefully this drive they'll, because it's been split. I mean, Houston on their opening drive, quick 3 and out. Pittsburgh then drove, kicked the field goal. And then the Texans' second drive, they drove and scored a touchdown. The Steelers' second drive, sack and a punt. Houston just punted, so Pittsburgh gets the ball back now. It's been even. I mean, the 4-point differential, of course, is the only thing right now going for the Texans with the lead, but it's still early. It's a long 60-minute game. We know that. So we'll see what happens. Good game on paper. Like I said, first meeting since Christmas afternoon in 2017, in which the Steelers went down to NRG Stadium in Houston and picked up the win. That was their
Nothing happened?
second Christmas Day game that they had in a few years span a few years back, as they also faced the Ravens at home on Christmas. But nonetheless,
It's nothing.
and actually they'll play the Ravens in about a month or so on the 25th of October, which I honestly believe now is the next upcoming date for a WWE pay-per-view. That'll be Hell in a Cell, but we'll find out that for sure later on tonight during the Clash of Champions pay-per-view. And as mentioned, still to come at halftime, first half stats and scores from around the league, including first half stats from this ball game here with the Texans and Steelers. However, my WWE Clash of Champions preview predictions as well coming up at halftime. Stay tuned. Aerial shot of Pittsburgh. There's PNC Park a few blocks down. Pirates and the rest of Major League Baseball wrapping up their short 60-game season this afternoon before the playoffs begin already. Hard to believe on Tuesday with the wild card. And somebody's going to be eligible here on the Steeler offense, it looks like. And as you heard the officials say, number 65. Pittsburgh bringing in the Hogs to block up front for, looks like Benny Snell's in the ball game at running back. 1st and 10 officially from the 5. And Snell does in fact get the carry, balances a tackle, picks up 3 to the 8. Second down as we near the end of the first quarter, about a minute and 15 to play. 2nd and 7. 7-0 lead for the Washington football team as well against the Browns. Cleveland now has a 1st and 10 from the 34. Man in motion out of the eye, right to left. Crush television screen, along with right to left for the Steelers against the Texans. Crush television screen, radio, and audio dial. 2nd and 7, play clock winding down. Ben doesn't like what he sees, and Steelers going to call their first time out here in the first half this afternoon.
We'll be back in 30 seconds after this from Pepsi.
We are a team. We are a unit. Are a family. No, literally. We are a suburban
2nd and 8 from the 36 now for the Browns. 2 receivers, topper screen. Mayfield looking for one of them, almost sacked. He gets it off. Complete Nick Chubb. He gets 2 yards. It'll be 3rd down and 6. Back to Pittsburgh though after the split screen commercial, following the Steeler timeout on 2nd and 7 from the 8-yard line. Under a minute to play. Pump fake. Ben going deep down the far sideline. It's going to be incomplete. No flag. 10 for Deontay Johnson. And a good no call. Incomplete, 3rd down. And we've got an update now on CBS. This will be Titans and Vikings. Dalvin Cook from about 40 yards out for 7-6 skull over the Titans. And Minnesota's 7-1 all-time at home against those Tennessee Titans. And Minnesota's looking for their first win, along with Houston, before those two teams will meet up next week. So we could have a few 0-3 teams meet week 4, depending on the outcomes here today, or a few 1-2 teams. Pass incomplete from Ben once again, 4th down, and Pittsburgh on to punt. So another slow first quarter start for the Steelers. If the defense can keep them in the ball game, they'll be all right. They've been able to do that so far this year, as in years past, of course. As the Steelers arguably have one of the best defenses in the NFL as well. But so far with the wattage, with the Watt brothers, not a whole lot of noise with them. Quiet afternoon for a lot of these star playmakers on both sides of the ball. 30 seconds to play in the first, and Houston getting the ball back. Friday Night SmackDown on Fox, Monday Night Raw on USA, NXT on USA, AEW on TNT, as we see a SmackDown commercial for WWE Friday Night SmackDown inside the Thunderdome. Thunderdome Clash of Champions tonight. Sure, tune back in, and they'll be back with Skins and Browns here shortly. 1st and 10 from the 46. Handoff to David Johnson. Vinny Williams, once again, Vince Williams making another big stop in the backfield. A few tackle for losses for him here in the first quarter. And he came right up the middle. That's a hold 2 on the Texans. That wasn't called. And Williams still makes a stop. It'll be a loss of 2, 2nd and 12 for the Texans, as we'll hit the end of 1. So at the start of 2, with a 4.7-3 Texan lead, Houston will have a 2nd down and 12. Last time Houston was in Pittsburgh was October 14 on a Monday night, and Pittsburgh ended up picking up the win. Pittsburgh's had the upper hand in this series as of late, but as mentioned, with the few meetings that these teams have dating back to 2002, 18 years back, once the Texans entered the league as the 32nd franchise in the NFL. Every 9 years, 2002, 2011, and now, hell, it's 2020, and it's 2020, so who the hell knows what's happening, or going to happen for that matter. Every 9 years, the Texans have beaten the Steelers for their only 2 wins against the Black and Gold. So, 3rd time's a charm today, 9 years later once again. We'll see. They got a 4.73 lead here as we'll begin the second quarter when we return. 2nd and 4, Nick Chubb going to get the carry. 1st down run for him out past the 40. As the Browns are trying to get some momentum, drive, and tie this ball game up. Over on Fox, CBS, Texans, Steelers, Fox, in my area at least, Washington football team, the Redskins, and the Cleveland Browns. They just began the second quarter as well. 1st and 10, Baker Mayfield and Cleveland, his OU Sooners, with a 2nd consecutive loss, 2 years running against K-State. Big upsets yesterday in college football. LSU also went down. Pass incomplete with 5 and 10 for Odell Beckham Jr. 2nd down. Got a few injuries here in this game as well. Some players walk off the field into the tunnel to go into their respective locker rooms, get checked out. LSU became the first defending national champion to lose their season opener since the Michigan Wolverines in 1998. As Mike Leach is back in the SEC, and they put up 600 plus passing yards with KJ Costello, the transfer from Stanford. And Mississippi State went on the road to Baton Rouge and defeated LSU by a few. Mississippi State will play Arkansas. LSU will play Vanderbilt next week. Both teams will, more so than but did not win. 2nd and 12 for Houston. Pass complete. 40-yard line. David Johnson on the wheel. Near side. First down. Houston. 3rd and 7. Mayfield, who's from Texas. Played at Lake Travis in Austin. Went to Texas Tech, who took Texas to the limit yesterday in overtime, losing by 7 in typical Big 12 fashion in overtime. No defense was played once again. It was a shootout, 63-56. Mayfield then, of course, transferred to Oklahoma. Won a Heisman, number 1 overall pick, and now in his 3rd year in the NFL with the Browns. A shot of Mike Tomlin and Bill O'Brien. Under center, Watson. In his 4th year already for number 4 out of Clemson, which is hard to believe. Him and Mahomes came in the same year back in 17 with McCaffrey and Mitch Trubisky, who's so far leading the Bears to a 2-0 start. And as mentioned, that game was still supposed to be played as planned. They might have pushed the start time back a little bit. I haven't seen an update on that by any means as yet, unless that starts later. But if they're playing in Atlanta on the East Coast, it's going to be a 1 o'clock kick. Because I did see players pregame warming up. So I don't know what's up with that. I don't know why I haven't seen an update. But as mentioned, A.J. Terrell of the Falcons tested positive for COVID. Not playing by any means. Raiders 3-0 early second on the road against the Patriots. So some low-scoring ball games here with these 1 o'clock kicks. Pass complete, first down for the Texans. Once again, that's Kenny Stills, the former Miami Dolphin. And now Houston in business, 1st and 10 at the 12. Looking to extend this lead. Handoff up the gut, no gain. 2nd down for Cleveland as well. But all other teams cleared testing, and here we are for week 3. That game was supposed to still go on as planned, but I don't know why I haven't seen an update yet. I'll have to look and check up. Eagles 3-0 against the Bengals. Joey Burrow on the road once again in the city of brotherly love, as both PA teams are at home for the 2nd consecutive week. Pittsburgh with the win last week, Philly with the loss to start 0-2, Pittsburgh at 2-0, Philly at 0-2. However, if Pittsburgh gives up another touchdown here, as I thought they just did, pass ball's incomplete though. Devin Bush out of Michigan on the coverage. Pass was intended for Darren Fells, 87, but ball falls incomplete and the back of the end zone. So 3rd down and 9 now from the 11. They need the 2. Houston, empty set, 5 wide. Pittsburgh brings 4. Watson scrambling. Pass complete, right at the 1st down marker. Will Fuller going to pick the 1st down. I'll give him it. It'll be 1st and goal now at the 2. But if Pittsburgh continues to allow Houston to drive, score points, not do anything on offense, they'll end up losing. We'll have a 2-1. And then, depending on what happens elsewhere, teams will have a few different records. Of course, as we'll continue on, and we'll see how long undefeated teams will last. Field goal up and good for the Browns. Texans with another touchdown. David Johnson from 2 yards out on the run. And Houston now with a 13-3 lead pending the extra point. So 7-3 Washington. Cleveland just got on the board with their first field goal. And then a simple misdirection to the far sideline. David Johnson from 2 yards out for 6. And the Texans on the road at 0-2 lead the Pittsburgh Steelers. 11:32 to play here in the first half. Extra point up and good. We'll now make that 14-3. 14-3 Texans on top of the Pittsburgh Steelers, who need to get something going on offense. But this is about the time they finally climb out of the hole that they dig themselves week in and week out and gain some rhythm, momentum leading into halftime, potentially cutting the lead or even taking the lead into half, and then whether they're at home or not, coming out of halftime, entering the second half, 9 times out of 10, building on that and then continuing their lead. But we'll have to see how this game shakes out, because as mentioned, history on the Texans side every 9 years, and that 9 years is up this year in 2020, and with it being 2020, it's 2020. We know anything can happen. So, not throwing this out by any means just yet, but still, every 9 years, the Texans have defeated the Pittsburgh Steelers, and third time's a charm. So, third time could be a charm today for Houston on the road, with 2002, 2011, and a potential 2020 victory over Pittsburgh. With those games actually taking place in Houston and Pittsburgh, so regardless of where they're playing, history on the Texans side. Like I said, Pittsburgh just on offense so far, just in the same boat they normally are, and that they can't get out of, keep sinking until they find rhythm around this time. But they need to be able to block up front. They got DeCastro back. They're on the football. They're on the ball with they have a decent two-headed backfield, James Conner and Benny Snell. I mean, if McFarland and Samuels can, get in there too and make some plays, okay. Keep the defense on their heels. So be it at that point. But then open up the play action. They've tried to throw it, but Ben just hasn't been able to hit any of his targets. We've had a few incompletions by Ben intended for Ebron and Juju. No Chase Claypool by any means just yet. They've gone to Vance McDonald. He has a catch. Deontay Johnson, target. No catch, though. So, still early. It's only second quarter, so we'll see what happens. But still going to be a little hard to, whether you're at home or not, come from behind down 11 early in the ballgame. Rams in that position as well on the road. Bills with another touchdown. They lead 14-0. 14-0 Buffalo over the Rams. And knee in the end zone for a touchback, 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Bills at 2-0 once again for the first time consecutively since the early 1990s, and we all know what happened then. It was the 4 straight trips to the Super Bowl, and then the 4 falls of Buffalo losing 4 consecutive times. Snell in motion, or McFarland, 26. The new Le'Veon Bell with Pittsburgh. Pass going to be dropped by him on the slant as he motioned out near side for an empty set 5 wide. Incomplete, 2nd down and 10. Flag on the play with Washington and Cleveland. We'll see what that dirty laundry is. Second and 10 from the 25. Ben gonna hand off. Tony McFarland out past the 35-40. Stiff arms a man, brought down at the 45. He is a rookie running back that they drafted this past April out of the University of Maryland. Former Terp, now in Pittsburgh with the Steelers. Mike Tomlin's son, Dino, actually plays for Maryland in the Big Ten. And the Big Ten actually will be returning to play in about a month. 3-3 Vegas and New England with the Raiders and Pats. 1st and 10 from 45. Ben looking to throw complete. McDonald. And he broke a tackle. Rumbling, bumbling, stumbling. Picks up 15 for a first down.
Yeah, he says things are just going to evolve. Almost tipped, but it wasn't, and Vernon Hargrave got caught.
Cleveland brings some pressure. Haskins gets it off, and then nobody in the secondary, and a big halfback screen. Ben gonna hand off. Connor following his blockers. Matt Flower out of Bloomsburg and Vance McDonald, Juju else in the area, picking up a block for him. Connor going to get about 5 yards, second down. Good to see David DeCastro back out there at right guard. Injured the first 2 weeks. And then surprisingly was not on the injured list this past week, so that was a good sign. Practiced a little bit. He's a quality veteran now, and making his first game appearance, his first start this afternoon for this season. Ram Buffalo Bill update, the same highlight we just saw on Fox. Josh Allen on the quarterback keeper. Buffalo up 14-0 on the visiting LA Rams. 3rd and 1 with about 9 minutes to play now here in the first half. Pittsburgh down 14-3. Chase Claypool in motion, fake to give to him on the end around, handoff up the middle. And he's going to be right there. We'll see if they give him the first down or not. They might have to bring out chain gang measure. I thought he was short. I didn't think he got it. It'll be 1st and 10. They give it to him. It's a Steeler first down. Interception by Cleveland. Haskins with his first turnover here today. That's Carl Joseph once again. And he's going to return this, it looks like. And then he ends up fumbling around the 30-yard line, and the Skins are going to get the ball back. No, Cleveland recovers. Okay. Browns will keep possession. Ben over the middle, caught Eric Ebron inside the 15 of the 12. All right, that's a good play. It was a good look. They're finally getting the tight ends involved, too. Something that they didn't do a whole lot the past 2 weeks. Yeah, just a simple crossing route over the middle. Beats the safety and picks up the first down. 1st and 10. 7.5 here in the second quarter. James Washington in motion, top of your screen, 3 wide, out of the gun. Ben going to hand off, and then Connor end around to Deontay Johnson. Ben with a block, and then Johnson going to get to around the 5-yard line. Be about a half-yard shy of the first down, it looks like. A little shaken up at the end of that play. Villanueva making sure Johnson's okay. Took a big hit. He's going to come out for a play, it looks like. Here's where you go to your tight end once again in McDonald or Ebron. Potentially just run up the gut with Connor. Here's your bell cow running back. Go Chase Claypool, maybe on a fade too. They haven't got him involved just yet. 2nd and 1 from the 4. Connor, first down, and he's going to be right there at the goal line. It'll be 1st and goal now at the 1 for the Steelers, as they try to cut this lead before halftime. As they got out to an early 3-0 lead, but then Houston with 14 unanswered to take the 14-3 lead. Mayfield over the middle on the slant, complete OBJ. First down, Brownies. Houston rushing a few defenders on. McDonald in motion out of the eye. Maybe give it to Derek Watt. Yeah. Benny Snell going to get the carry. Stuff, no gain, 2nd and goal. Yeah, maybe give it to Watt. He's honestly going to be, unless we have a defensive touchdown on a fumble, scoop and score, or a pick 6 from 2 defensive ends and JJ and TJ Watt. Derek Watt's between the 3 going to have the most potential to score a touchdown here this afternoon, especially now in a goal line situation. Hell, you might as well. Why not? That'd give him some bragging rights in the family. 2nd and goal, once again from the half-yard line. Same play, McDonald in motion, fake the give now to Benny Snell. Ben there's no one there, and McDonald, for some reason, kept blocking and didn't go back corner. He would have been wide open. Ben just throws it away. So 3rd down and goal now. And he really didn't have anywhere to run. Nick Chubb gets in the end zone. Touchdown, Browns.
He knows this rivalry against Pittsburgh, played for Baltimore, played for Houston. How did Coach O'Brien say it? Yeah, my defense, he's a little ticked off. Yeah, right? You cleaned it up. Yeah.
3rd down goal.
So we're seeing
I think Ben's going to call a timeout here.
All under duress, goal to area, but there's no receiver. This will be a 10-yard penalty. Lost it down. 3rd down.
They called intentional grounding on that. How can you call intentional grounding from the half-yard line? I get he threw it away, but I don't agree with that. That's a little questionable call. And the thing with intentional grounding, too, what baffles me, this would be one of the roles that I would change that probably doesn't need change, but it's always, and Ebron, you're going to be a little offsides here, buddy. You want to line up right at the line of scrimmage, not 5 yards deep into the Texan defense. 3rd and goal, Ben out of the gun, fade, near side to Ebron, touchdown Steelers. And that was a back shoulder throw, too, it looked like. Cut it to 5, pending the extra point. Yeah, a little bit of a back shoulder. Ebron had to turn around. I mean, there's a little pushing and shoving. No penalty by any means. He might have pushed off a little bit. But touchdown Steelers. They'll look at it to make sure he caught it and had both feet in. Yeah, that's a touchdown. It was back corner of the end zone near side. Boswell now on for the extra point. Kick up and good. I mean, if the defense can hold them, 2-minute warning, potentially get the ball back. I would think they're going to get the ball back. There's 5 minutes to play. But Houston, with their recent touchdown drives, they've been somewhat long. Not no 8-10 minute drive by any means, but they've taken time off the clock and they've capitalized after a slow first drive. So if they can even cut this lead to a point or take the lead into halftime, get the ball to begin the second half, you know, they're right where they normally are. But they just need to continue to build on the momentum that they have right now. So we'll see what happens. Still, a lot of football left to be played. Skin's going to get the ball back as they now trail by 3, 10-7 with around 5 minutes to play in the first half too. But no, that intentional grounding penalty, I've never agreed with it. It makes no sense because say, as it was 2nd down from the half-yard line. The first run there, nothing for Benny Snell, and then 2nd and goal, Ben ended up throwing it away. And there was no one there, but he threw it away. I don't get how you can call an intentional grounding from the half-yard line, though. I just don't. Like, everybody's at least within 10 yards because there's nowhere else to go. But for some reason, even though there was, but there wasn't, they still threw the flag. Is what it is. I mean, hell, they still scored, so at least they picked up a touchdown there, rather than getting to the goal line and then having to settle for field goal. But it's second and goal, and then okay, you have the incompletion, so it's going to go to third and goal. But then they throw the penalty flag, intentional grounding. It's 10 yards, so they back you up, and then it's a loss of down. So a loss of down from second to third down should turn into fourth down, because the third down should be the lost down, because even though the penalty was on second down and then you have the incompletion, it should be fourth and goal. But yet it stays third and goal. I mean, it worked out because they still scored. Like, I'm not complaining by any means, but the role is just, it's weird. I just don't like it. It's messed up, because for anybody, it should turn into, say, 2 plays later, from what you were on, rather than, okay, it's still going to be third and goal after the incompletion and the penalty, but it's a loss of down, but hey, you still have a third and goal. Makes no sense. But they still scored, so here we are, 14-10. First and 10, Texans. David Johnson going to pick up about 2 yards, second down. And that was a quick drive for the Skins. They're going to punt once again. Cleveland with all 3 timeouts, getting the ball back up through 4.5 to play. Second and 8 from the 18. Watson under center. Hilton bringing pressure, pump fake, and then Watson going to go down on the sack. Bud Dupree, Devin Bush, TJ Watt. Be third down and long.
And of course, this being Pittsburgh, where's the pressure coming from? Off the edge. TJ Watt's going to be one of them. Look at number 90. Darren Fells trying to block, but he just pursues. And I think Deshaun Watson had a chance to get rid of it, but it's such a struggle for him. We want to protect the football. But that tells us right there.
They can hold him here. Make them punt. You get very, very good field possession. Pass complete. Goes for a few. Fourth down. Pittsburgh going to get the ball back with about 2:50 to play. They'll have 2 minutes and change, along with 2-minute warning and 2 timeouts, down 4 to potentially take the lead heading into halftime. Ray McLeod going to be back deep. So yeah, they should have some good field position here, as Houston's punting from inside the 20. Might take it away game. And they get it off. 2:48 and counting now. Pittsburgh going to field it. Ray McLeod from 25 with 2:42 to play. He's going to get out to around the 37. So with 2:38 to play in the first half, Pittsburgh getting the ball back, down 4, 14-10, following the Texan punt. They'll have a 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line when we return. Good field position now. 2 timeouts. Use the sidelines, they're your friend. Still 2-minute warning. They should be able, you would think, they would be able to put up some points here. Whether it's a field goal, obviously, of course, I would like a touchdown to take the lead. And then try not to look back in the second half, but you don't want to get a little too far ahead of yourselves, because look at last week. They had a 17-3 lead at halftime over the Broncos, and Denver almost came back and beat them before Pittsburgh ended up winning by 5, 26-21. So they're averaging 26 points a game. They've scored 26 apiece weeks 1 and 2. And if the defense holds until the offense can get going, as we're seeing now, update with Houston and Pittsburgh on Fox. There's that highlight, Eric Ebron touchdown. So a few touchdown passes from both these quarterbacks, with Watson finding Randall Cobb and Ben now finding Eric Ebron, David Johnson with a 2-yard rushing touchdown, and also a field goal from Boswell. So with 2 and change to play, 2 timeouts, 2-minute warning to come. So like I said, you would think they'll be able to put up some points here, but that's why they play the game. So outside on paper, so it's on field, in between the white lines. So see what happens. Thanks once again, though, for tuning in and watching. Like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Thumbs up button. Share hashtag NFL on social media.
And get some shut-eye. That sounds great. I got malware on my shirt. Should we wake up? Probably should, but let's wait till the update's complete.
To free up your IT staff, you need managed services by CDW. People who get it.
And if your son hadn't acted, 400 people would have been killed. The guy who brought a living car, he's still out. I don't think he's going to quit till the kills one of
He's one man. Let's help him down. And now, Deadly Games. New Monday on CBS.
Back at Heinz Field, 100 Art Rudy Avenue here in Pittsburgh, opened back in 2001. 20th season as the home of the Steelers. Obviously, the scene.
I couldn't find a job. Then somebody introduced me to Indeed.
A solid process creates a clear path to success. And unwavering teamwork builds an undeniable advantage. Go with the team that sets you up with a home loan built around your life and budget. Presented by Rocket Mortgage.
Okay, it looks like we're good.
Playbook of home loans.
It's giving me a another technical difficulty, of course, with the buffer disconnect and reconnect, but this time
We keep showing the same shot as you and Fuller had. Check in with Evan Washburn about the injury update from the Pittsburgh sideline. Houston leads at 14-10, 2 minutes to play. In this first half. Fake and toss for a first down. Ben Roethlisberger is on time with Juju Smith-Schuster.
I know Deontay Johnson right now. He suffered a head injury at the 7:15 mark on that 9-yard catch. He's currently in the locker room being evaluated.
all right, we'll have to see here. It's always something new. It's always something new, believe me. 1st and 10 from midfield. James Conner gonna pick up 12 yards on the reception. We had a down to go coming out of the 2-minute warning. Is where I last left you. I don't understand why this always does this, but here we are, and hopefully we're good. It says we're still live. It says we're... And hopefully we'll be good to go. We'll get back to normalcy, as everyone's still hoping for here in 2020. But with today's stream, it's once again giving me some technical difficulties. There we go. All right, we're good. I don't know why I just did that. Ben, pass complete. Juju Smith-Schuster. He's gonna... Boswell extra point up and good. It's now 17-14 Steelers. As they have now scored 14 unanswered to retake the lead by 3. It's 17-14 with 1:14 to play here in the first half, and they'll still get the ball to begin the second half. But nonetheless, yeah, what just happened? I honestly don't know. It did its typical technical difficulty, the buffer, the disconnect, the reconnect. But then I mentioned it gave me a brand new one that I've at least here recently, from what I can recall, have never experienced before. And it seems like we're good. It seems like this is still running. This is still live. We're live, pal. We're live, folks. Yeah, all right. I don't know why the hell or what the hell that was or why it did it by any means, but it said that it
Do you even know where peppercorns come from? Trick question! Somebody does! Lemon Pepper, one of 4 new sauces at Buffalo Wild Wings. Now in free delivery.
I don't know how the playback, the replay is going to look by any means, but you're probably going to see me like questioning like what is going on, like just stuck, like not knowing. So I just stayed calm, cool, and effective, and here we are. It's still rolling. That's why I wanted to check just to make sure it was still up and running, because on one end it said it was, but then I couldn't get the other one to go until a moment ago. So we're good, and we're still live. We're live, pal. And the Texans down 3 following the touchdown. We'll have about a minute and 3 timeouts to potentially tie this or take the lead before halftime. See a replay. Yeah, some busted coverage, and Juju over the middle got wide open, and Ben found him for 6. So Ben now with 2 passing touchdowns today compared to Watson's 1. Baker Mayfield with 1 complete to Kareem Hunt. And the Browns now lead 16-7 pending the extra point. Second down from the 33. That extra point's up and good. So 17-7. Watson looking to throw over the middle. It's caught at midfield. First down. That's Randall Cobb, who has the 1 receiving touchdown for the Houston Texans today. And Houston going to call their first timeout with 47 seconds to play. Halftime. First and 10, Watson looking to throw, complete. They're in field goal range now, inside the 30. And that was Jordan Akins on the reception. And Texans going to call another timeout, 35 seconds. So they're going to give themselves some time, 1 timeout, sidelines as well. They're already in field goal range. We'll probably have at least a tie ball game now at halftime, if not a Texan lead. As now we're back and forth. These offenses can't be stopped. First and 10 officially from the 29. Still to come at halftime. First half stats and scores, along with WWE Clash of Champions preview predictions. Over the middle, Watson completed 15-yard line. Randall Cobb for the second time on this drive. Another big first down pickup. And now they're going to call their third and final timeout, it looks like, with 28 seconds. So they have a first and 10 from the 15. No timeouts. Down 3 and 28 seconds to play. I'm assuming we're going to have a few fades, maybe an out route for a few yards. I'm not going to be shocked if we see Watson looking to throw, fade, near 6. And the Texans reclaim the lead 20-17 now, with about 24 seconds to play in the first half. It'll be a 4-point lead unless something goes wrong on the point after attempt. Pittsburgh, still 2 timeouts. Pittsburgh still has 2. Probably not. Raiders and Patriots. And New England leads 13. 49ers, Giants. We'll have more to come. Stay tuned. 2 timeouts, 24 seconds. They'll probably just take a knee. Yeah, they'll probably just take a knee, I bet. Play it safe. It's going to depend on where they get the ball. Okay, maybe. Try to do something. But we'll see what happens.
Steelers will have it at the 25. We asked Bill O'Brien about Deshaun Watson, and he said he's loved how he's led the guys, but as an offense, they have to do it together. It can't all be on Watson. And we've seen it. They've spread it around today.
So at halftime, it'll be the Houston Texans with 2 Deshaun Watson passing touchdowns. Ben also has 2 passing touchdowns for the Steelers. Officially at halftime. Pittsburgh will in fact get the ball to begin the second half. Defense needs to step up. They gave up 16 total points week 1. They gave up 21 total points week 2.
It's Ford Truck Month, and if this is your kind of day, and this is your kind of truck, then this is your month.
Single drive and score a touchdown. Pittsburgh has momentum. They've been able to come back, retake the lead, but then they allow Houston to drive once more with a minute to play and 3 timeouts and score a touchdown. Not good enough. Not good enough. Defense needs to step up. They need to run the ball on offense. Connor and Snell are non-existent right now. And when you can't run the football, that puts all the pressure on your quarterback. I don't care who he is. And Ben's out there making plays. But Houston's a little more balanced right now than what Pittsburgh is. And you need balance to be able to play a full 60. David Johnson has a rushing touchdown. Yardage to go with it, of course, as well. We'll get first half stats here shortly. But from by both, and then Houston took advantage. And then Pittsburgh had to battle back. And then just as they do, Houston capitalizes off that with a minute and 3 timeouts and scores 1.5. It's the Texans leading the Pittsburgh Steelers. Defense, run the football. Some highlights now. Raiders, Patriots, and New England. They've been consistent. Week 1 with a win over the Dolphins. Week 2 came down to the final play last Sunday night on the road against the Seahawks. Seahawks host the Cowboys later on. And they got a 10-point lead over the Raiders today. Vegas not looking like they did last Monday night by any means. Wonder if the Niners are still complaining about the field. MetLife Stadium. Meadowlands with the turf, with all the injuries. They have a lead. They are playing the Jets and Giants in back-to-back weeks. Nick Chubb's a damn good back. If they can build around him and, Mayfield, plays well consistently, if they can win football games, they might have something in Cleveland. They might. But I still think it's a little too early because everyone bought in before last year following the good late half of the season the year before, and then they completely fell off the face of the earth last year. They were Cleveland Browns once again. At least what we know them to be. That's now the Jaguars and the Jets. But the Browns are still there. They're not looking bad today. They didn't look bad last Thursday night either. If I die from COVID. Kirk Cousins. He's got the Vikings on top of the Titans right now. That'll be a game to keep an eye out for, just because, as mentioned, Pittsburgh on the road in Nashville next Sunday. Here's finally something with Chicago and Atlanta. Atlanta has a lead. Will they blow it like they did last week and not be able to recover another onside kick? We'll see. And then another highlight from Pittsburgh. So some first half stats now for the Houston Texans and Pittsburgh Steelers. As mentioned, at the half, it is currently Houston leading 21-17. Get this put it up. 21-17 Houston on top of the Steelers. Deshaun Watson is 14 of 18 for 202 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. One to Randall Cobb, the other to Will Fuller. Both receivers have 3 catches apiece for 61 and 40 yards respectively. David Johnson, 9 carries for 20 yards and a touchdown. That touchdown is really the only difference, because with both quarterbacks having the 2 passing touchdowns, Ben, 11 of 18, 128 and 2 touchdowns, 1 to Juju Smith-Schuster, 1 to Eric Ebron, and both of those receivers also have 3 catches apiece for 43 and 33 yards respectively. Pittsburgh running corner, stat-wise, okay, it's not adding up though. Doesn't show by any means. Pittsburgh actually leading in rushing. Connor has 9 carries for 39 yards. Anthony McFarland, 2 for 27. Benny Snell has 3 for 4 yards. But Houston really doesn't have anything other than David Johnson. That might be why, thinking-wise at least, Houston's, and they still are, because Pittsburgh, it seems to me they've thrown the ball a little, even though both Watson and Ben have thrown a total of 18 times apiece. It seems like Pittsburgh's throwing the ball a little bit more, and Houston's a little bit more balanced. Even with the 1 running back compared to Pittsburgh's, 3 or 4. Samuels has 1 carry for 1 yard. Houston receiving. Brandon Cooks 2 of 28. Jordan Akins 2 of 28. David Johnson in the receiving game has 1 catch for 20 yards. Kenny Stills 2 of 19. And then Pittsburgh, James Conner 2 of 25. Vance McDonald 2 of 21. They finally decided to go to the tight end, which is a good thing. Give Ben a check down over the middle. Fade for a touchdown or a few yard out route as they've done. So just continue to block up front. I mean, there's no need to panic by any means. We've still got 30 minutes to play. Clock management, okay, could be a little bit better. Just run the ball, open up play action. Defense really needs to step up, though. Because Houston Watson's been picking them apart. Whether the stats, I mean, they do say it, but whether they do or not, Pittsburgh's defense today just not playing as good as what they have been and or what we know them to be with the steel curtain. So, and I mean, I say that, but yeah, don't get me wrong, this defense is not as good as 4 Super Bowl winning defenses in the 70s by any means. Yeah, Houston with a slow start.
Stephen Colbert goes live after the presidential debate Tuesday on CBS.
More means more at Courtesy Kia. More selection of Kia cars, Kia minivans, and Kia crossovers. More savings and more value for your money.
Some other scores around the league. The Falcons at halftime lead the Bears 16-10, so that game is going on following the COVID with Atlanta. All the other 31 teams in the NFL pass protocol, as mentioned earlier. So Terrell, he's not playing today, probably won't play next week. Or hell, maybe not even the week after that. He might be pushing it though, we'll see. Just depends on, of course, how bad it is. Because everybody's different. Yes, that game is going on following a potential postponement or cancellation. They would play eventually, probably be later on this week or later on this season. If they'd be able to line up bye weeks together, as they've done that before. But yeah, they're playing in the ATL.
Want more stats? Just ask Siri, who leads the league in rushing touchdowns.
Getting ready for second half action here in Pittsburgh. The Texans in front, 21-17.
Also beginning the second half, Redskins, Browns. Skins have the ball down 17-7 as they begin the third quarter. Texans, Steelers also about to begin the second half with Houston leading by 4, 21-17 once again. The Vikings lead the Titans 17-9 at the half. Raiders actually cut the lead to 3, 13-10 now Pat at the half. 49ers 13-6 over the Giants at halftime. Another 13-10. Eagles on top of the Bengals at halftime. And then still to come, NFL Week 3, Jets, Colts, Panthers, Chargers, Buccaneers, Broncos, Lions, Cardinals. The Cowboys will be in Seattle taking on the Packers and Saints Monday night, tomorrow night, Chiefs and Ravens. Still to come, WWE Clash of Champions preview predictions. Next.
Team that we have seen in quite some time. The picture finished the season 0-3 and came up short with an 8-8 record. They were basically waiting for Ben Roethlisberger to get back from the elbow injury.
Yeah, what was that Mike Tomlin said about it? That this right now, this
Ray McLeod once again back deep to receive this kick. Pittsburgh getting the ball to begin the second half, down by 4. 21-17. Defense needs to step up. They got to be able to run the football. Plain simple. We're underway now in the second half. Ray from the 2. And He's going to break a tackle to 20, get out to the 30. Pittsburgh Steelers football, 1st and 10 from there. Yeah, what does Billy Bob have to say at half?
Force a punt, it's like a 14-point swing for the Texans. As for Mike Tomlin, he just pointed to possession downs, and what Watson is doing in that area, 4 for 7 on 3rd down, that has to improve, and I don't see Deontay Johnson out there offensively for the Steelers.
All right, Deontay Johnson. Still no Chase Claypool. He had a big game last week. Maybe they go to him to fill that void. McFarland for 11 yards, 1st down Steelers. All right, so maybe they're going to go every 3 games. Snell, Connor, and McFarland, 3 consecutive games with 3 different 100-yard running backs.
Matt Filer, the left guard, was there, but Marquise Pouncey, the center, pulled after the snap and led on the perimeter.
I mean, why not? Knowing them, until they can find a true number 1, but everybody. All right. Okay. It is what it is. Everybody goes by committee anymore anyway, but I would still rather have, a true number 1 than, a decent 2 to step up when his number was called. But we'll see what happens. But McFarland not playing bad today. He was inactive week 1, active last week. Didn't get a whole lot of reps. And now today.
He might be considered a backup. That's not how the team views him, and Mike Tomlin in particular.
They thought it was a tremendous battle of he and Zach Banner and King, but considered them both starting caliber.
Ben under center, going to hand off on 3rd and inches. 3rd and inches, and they don't get it. Hand it off up the gut. Stuffed. Update, Philly. Okay, that's from late in the 1st half. They're still at halftime, 13-10. 4th and inches. And Pittsburgh bringing in some protection. They're going to go for it on 4th and inches. Handoff up the gut. James Conner picks up the 1st down. So this drive will, for the time being, continue.
Similar situation to kick the field goal. Why the difference? To me, 1, don't go away without points on the 1st drive of the game. Get your guys settled, reward them. And 2, circumstances have changed now. They've seen what Houston has shown them offensively. They know that scoring points is a big deal in this one.
J.J. Watt told us no excuses in this league. Doesn't matter who you're playing, but he really did like what the defense did.
1st and 10. Ben going deep. A little overthrown. 10 for James Washington once again. Incomplete. 3rd down and 3. We got an injured Texan down.
He walks off gingerly. Pittsburgh has tried a number of times to go over the top of that game. They've not been successful, so that's the next part of what we're talking about. Finding timing between Ben and the receivers, just like Deshaun Watson was looking for with his guys. It's another jump that Pittsburgh's going to want to make as the season progresses.
Someone's got to step up in the receiving game with Johnson out. If he will not, in fact, come back, we'll see. But Pittsburgh now with another 3rd down. Once again, sorry for any technical difficulties.
As the coordinator, we saw Romeo Crennel, as you mentioned, no longer the defensive coordinator. But what is he? What do you think we were calling Consigliere? He's the guy he turns to. Anthony Weaver want to bring pressure to our 3rd and 3 and put his guys in man coverage. Ebron has been a featured guy in these types of situations, and he's splitting off wide by himself to the top of the screen.
Michael Thomas steps in, 7-year veteran, replacing Moore. 3rd and 3 for Pittsburgh.
Motion man. out wide near side, empty set. Ben looking to throw. And he's going to stiff arm. He's going to pick up the first down as he keeps it. Ben going to stand there and point to the ground. Hey, this is where I went out. That's a first down. Give me it, Zebras.
Look at him trying to hot-foot it away. Throws a straight arm into the face of Whitney Merciless. Hangs on to it just enough.
It looks like he got it. It looks like he picked up the first down.
Look at that, throwing a straight arm. Merciless throws it off and keeps pursuing. Big Ben getting out of the pocket. That's Deshaun Watson.
See where they spot the ball.
First down, but what an effort by Ben Roethlisberger to try and get there.
Yeah, he didn't love the spot. They place it just inside the 39. Had to get to the 38.
Okay, so it's 4th and inches once again. Well, if you do go for it, I want to run what you ran the last time, even if you did get it. And of course now Pittsburgh's going to challenge, which I understand. See a replay. Was his knee down by any means? Not yet. Balls, it's going to be close. One, it's hard to overturn previous calls on the field all the time, regardless of situation, unless you have undisputed video evidence to overturn it. But you never, ever win a challenge on a spot foul, on a, was it 4th and, or was it a first down? Was it a 4th and inches, as it is now? You never, hardly ever see, maybe once in a blue moon. It is 2020, so who knows? You never win challenges like these, never. So we'll see what happens. I mean, in real time, it looked like he got it, but they did mark him short. So it's currently 4th and inches, and Pittsburgh challenges. They have 2 challenges. They're probably not going to win it. It'll probably stay 4th and inches. It'll stand as called. They'll lose one of those 2 challenges. They'll lose one of their 3 timeouts. Be down to 2 timeouts down here in the second half. Where, okay, this is the opening drive. We haven't seen Houston on offense just yet in the 3rd quarter. But if they can't get back in this ball game and they, dig themselves a bigger hole and, not going to have, whether it's, enough timeouts left or not, I honestly don't know. We'll see. But nonetheless, you never, ever, in your demigod, Le Champion Chris Jericho's voice, win a challenge like this in the NFL. You just don't. There's no other way around it. There's no other way to say it. Especially, when it's, within a few inches or even a yard on whether it's a first down or not. You just, like, it's not a fumble or, like, the ball's down and it's right about a half a football past the yard marker on the sideline. Stands is called. Okay, I figured. And Pittsburgh now going to lose one of their challenges, down to 2 timeouts. Yeah, his knee really wasn't down, and then the ball, it's tough. I get it. And like I said, that's why I don't like to challenge anything like that. I don't get why they did. I mean, I get why they did, but I don't get why they did, because it's going to stand and you'll still have 4th and inches, as they still do right now, and they're still going to go for it. But run a little play action, go to your tight end maybe, rather than run up the gut like you did on the same drive just moments ago also on 4th and inches. Maybe a sneak. or Derek Watt, the fullback. Play action. Ben going deep down the middle. Pass interference. Intended for Chase Claypool. And they're going to luck out. They're going to luck out. And another thing, too, I don't get why on inches or 3rd and 4th and 1, whatever, teams go deep. Other than, of course, trying to get a flag called on the defense. And this time it worked out. And it'll be a spot foul. So Pittsburgh going to have the ball inside around the 10-yard line, it looks like. First in, should be goal. So regardless of the previous call on the field, Bill O'Brien, like, come on. Yeah, regardless now of the challenge that didn't go their way. One play later, they get a penalty called on the Texan defense for pass interference. 1st and goal now at the 10. They got 4 tries to get in the end zone. Ben over the middle, incomplete. Good coverage. Pass intended once again for Chase Claypool, number 11, the rookie out of Notre Dame. Another flag comes in late. And now an ineligible man downfield. That's Villanueva. Alejandro Villanueva, as they split penalties now on back-to-back plays. So we'll replay first down, I believe. 1st and goal, but it's going to be 1st and goal from the 15. Four wide, man in motion, near side. That's Juju to make it a trips. 1st and goal from the 15. Ben looking to throw, stepping up. Pass dropped by James Washington. And if he continues to have the season, I get he has a catch today. But he, regardless if he was a Blitnikoff winner in college at Oklahoma State, the nation's top receiver, Deontay Johnson out for the remainder of the game with a concussion. So they need somebody to step up, whether it be James Washington, Chase Claypool, Juju owning a few catches, go to the tight ends with Ebron McDonald. You know, screw around now in the backfield. Air it out. It's going to be incomplete inside the 5 at the 3, dropped by James Conner. Those two with Washington and Conner. Washington more so than not. Conner, they'd keep him. They'd allow him to stick around for a little bit more, a little longer. But if James Washington continues to drop balls left and right early in his NFL career, they'll move on from him. I honestly do believe that. Because if you have Juju playing well, Deontay Johnson when he's healthy, not messing up, and then a play or two later, Ben finding Conner at the 8, it'll be 4th and goal now at the 8, so that pass interference helped them, but then that ineligible man downfield hurt. And then because you have the 2 incompletions, a 5-yard pickup, if they had a 3rd and goal from the 10, they could very well go for it right now. But here comes Boswell now for another field goal. He's good for 1 today. This will cut it to 1 if it's good, 21-20. Kick is up and good, so 21-20. Texans lead the Steelers with under. And there's other players that are right there looking to or have already taken your job. So, and of course, that's a long ways away. We still have 13 regular season games and then expanded playoffs with 7 now in each league in the AFC and NFC respectively, with 3 wildcard teams. But
Protection with the CEPA.
Only now a 1-point deficit. We haven't seen Houston on offense, or Pittsburgh on defense for that matter, just yet in the second half until coming up next. Defense still needs to step up. They need to make some plays. No turnovers by any of these teams just yet. So maybe one of those. I mean, we had a safety, for God's sakes, last week. Pittsburgh against Denver.
It worked. Where's that cashback card I want right there?
I mean, McFarland had a good drive here to kick off the second half. If he's hot hand, go to him. If he's, running the ball. Okay. And hell, maybe there's a few different live streams that I don't even know about with it cutting in and out. Maybe just starts up a new one for that matter. But it seems like this is still the same one because on my end it's still the same one overall that I'm currently looking at. So yeah, we're live. It's doing its thing, and with technology, sometimes you just gotta let it do its thing. There's no way around it. So yeah, okay, we're live, we're good. It buffered, disconnected, I had to reconnect, and then overheating for some reason. I don't know why. I honestly do not know why. YouTube, if you're listening, watching, whatever, look into it, and please, technical difficulty wise, make this stuff stop. Like, it's pathetic sometimes. Like, there's no reason whatsoever that this needs to be doing this. So we'll see what happens. And hell, third time's a charm for the Texans every 9 years. Maybe third time's a charm. If it does it again, it'll work perfectly fine from here on out. I don't know. We'll see. Still to come. I still got to talk about Clash of Champions before this ball game wraps up, before the pay-per-view later on tonight. We'll still get to that. I always aim to do that at halftime, then first commercial. But with how the game goes, of course, it's live. We go to what's relevant in the time being, and a quick 3-and-out by the Texans on their opening drive of the second half. We saw the same thing though at the start of the ball game before they took a 21-17 lead into the half. Ray McLeod now on the punt return out to around the 30. Pittsburgh wants a flag. If they're getting a flag, it's going to be a block in the back, but there is no flag, so it's okay. Play it safe. So Pittsburgh now only down 1. We're going to take advantage of time possession. Work the clock. I mean, hell, they've had the ball basically half the quarter. Houston with a quick 3-and-out, and Pittsburgh going to get the ball back now. And if they can take the lead, or even just put up a good drive and have it end with points. Of course, yeah, taking the lead because they're only down 1. But I'm saying a field goal, I wouldn't mind that right now because there's still going to be, time in the fourth. But that challenge, that timeout, we'll see what comes back and hurts them by any means. Hopefully not. But only time's going to tell, of course. So, yeah, sorry for any technical difficulties. I don't know. I mean, I really didn't say much when it went out. You just got to let it do its thing, which I did once again because it happened earlier. And
investigating. You'll be surprised at what they found tonight on 60 Minutes. 38 seconds to play in the third quarter. Houston 21, Pittsburgh 20. Steelers have it with a first and 10.
Steelers first and 10 from the 37. Ben going to go down on the sack once again. So second down and long following that first down sack. They'll lose about 5 yards, it looks like. So from the 37 ball, actually a little bit more than that. Second and long. They have to find the run game. They have to run the ball, especially if they want to come back and win this. They have to run the ball when they need to. Second and 19. 28. Connor, a couple yards. Third down and long. So another quick potential drive here by Pittsburgh. What they need, Zach Cunningham back in the ball game for the Texan defense to come back out, but he was injured in the first half. No Watt brothers making any noise just yet, at least. But they have to find the run game. They have to be able to run the ball, especially if they want to get back in this and win it. Because you have to be able to run the ball when you need to late in the game, close it out. Whoever's the hot hand, let him run. Pass complete near side, James Washington, but he's going to be about a yard shy, and it'll be fourth down, and Pittsburgh now going to punt. Watch for the fake punt, though. They're sort of around midfield. Yeah, ball 46. It's 4th and 1. I wouldn't be shocked if they run a fake punt here. Snap to the outback, Derek Watt maybe. But. And Pittsburgh punts. Still trail by 1. Ball going to be down at the 20. And that's where the Texans will have it when we come back with 5:24 to play here in the third quarter. 21-20, Houston on top of Pittsburgh. WWE Clash of Champions later on tonight. As mentioned earlier, due to time, I was unable to sit down and record my Clash of Champions predictions. So we're going to insert those right now into the, well, it was supposed to be halftime, but middle of third quarter now with the Texans and Steelers NFL game this afternoon. So WWE Clash of Champions later on tonight, this Sunday night, September the 27th, 2020. Be sure to tune in to watch my live reactions, play-by-play. Like, follow, and subscribe, as always, on social media. Links in the description below. We will have a few championship matches that are worth noting. A few championship matches that
like old friends, you always know exactly what they're gonna say next. We're good, Streaky! Oh, I'm scared. That's Carolyn. Life moves pretty fast. You're my
there's really only 2 good matches for Clash of Champions Gold Rush, as they're calling it, giving all these new or pay-per-views in 2020 nicknames. We saw the horror show to Trim Rolls. Now it's Clash of Champions Gold Rush. It's Drew McIntyre, Randy Orton in an ambulance match for the WWE title. Clash of Champions will start at 7. I'd assume either that or the Tribal Chief himself, your big dog Roman Reigns, taking on Jey Uso for the Universal Championship will in fact be the main event. We're going to have a ladder match for the Intercontinental Championship, a triple threat ladder match that we actually saw on SmackDown on Friday night. Except that wasn't a ladder match Friday, it was just a normal triple threat. So Sami Zayn's not winning, AJ Styles unfortunately probably won't win, Jeff Hardy will retain and become the new undisputed, because there's 2 Universal titles right now, because Sami still thinks he's champ. Watson on the keeper, picks up about 5 yards, second down and 5. Get back to Clash Champions coming up shortly, but should be an interesting show tonight. I mean, it probably won't be anything special. Rumor Nikki Cross might not even be able to compete. So let's see what's up with her. We might get Bailey Sasha Banks, way before we thought we were going to. Even after they split, just recently. I moved that just to give, us fans another reason to watch. Another all-right match, but it, as of now, is going to be Bailey defending her SmackDown Women's title against Nikki Cross. Pats extend their lead against the Raiders, 20-10 now. It's now 3rd down and 4 from the 26 for the Houston Texans. They lead by 1. Everybody's favorite number 420 playing the 3rd. Watson out of the gun, looking to throw. He's going to be brought down on the sack. And Stephon Tuitt, for the first time this afternoon, making a stop. And after that very, very long opening drive to begin the second half for the Steelers, that resulted in 3 points, that had 2 4th and inches convert, had a challenge, a few penalties. 3 points is 3 points. We've now seen since 2 3 and outs by Houston and a 3 and out by Pittsburgh, but now the Steelers are going to get the ball back with 3:33 to play in the 3rd quarter. It's a 1-point lead for the Texans, 21-20. And they're going to take a delay game, back themselves up. And I don't honestly think they actually decided to do that just to give them some more room. They're already backed up. So they do in fact take a delay game, back them up 5 yards. That's just going to give Pittsburgh a little more room to field the ball. And could end up with good field position. And a decent kick, going to be going out of bounds around the 50-yard line, it looked like. And mark it 43. Most consecutive games with a sack since 1970. The Bucks had 69 for 4 years, from 99 to 03. Cowboys at 68, late 70s into 80. The Steelers now with 60 consecutive games dating back to 2016 until today with at least 1 sack. We talked about that last week as well, as a few more records were also broken by Roethlisberger. Chase Claypool in motion. They're going to hand off near side now. And McFarland, he's been the go-to back now here in this ball game. Another carry for him. I mean, like I said, he might as well. Joey Burrow, the Bengals on the road. Touchdown. And they take the lead. Come on, Cincy. Cincinnati with a 1-17-16 lead over the Eagles. I only say, come on, Cincy, with how I said it, just due to the fact with, well, you guys know. Ball to 35, incomplete, 10 for Claypool. So 3rd down and 8.
Murray, who's played with Kansas City and Cleveland, originally a 4th-round draft pick, signed to a 3-year, $20 million deal. Physical safety, played corner in college at Minnesota. And you need to be physical like that. The guy like
Washington coming back up 3-20-17. I've been watching that game here in the second half. But, okay. A couple weeks back, as mentioned, they stormed back 1. Now today they were blowing a lead, but they're coming back. Yeah, 13 in the 3rd. As they begin the 4th quarter, it's 20-17. And now Claypool with a few drops. Incomplete, 4th down Pittsburgh, so 1 big drive that resulted in 3. That's a hold. Come on. That was a defensive hold. What we got here? The Bills and all white as the Rams are in a... I don't even know what shade of blue that would be. I don't like their new uniforms. But the Rams trying to come back to score a touchdown. But we had that one long drive that resulted in field goal for Pittsburgh, and then 2 consecutive 3-and-outs by both of these teams. Another punt. And Houston going to be stopped on the punt return around the 20-yard line. So still a 21-20 ball game. Under 2 to play now here in the third. 1st and 10. They are running the ball a little bit better. I mean, the defense did step up a little bit, of course, here on the last few drives for the Texans in the second half, but still need something more. You know, like I said earlier, still no turnovers. Highsmith on the stop, wearing Chicolo's old number. Lamar Woodley's old number as well. He's actually a good backer. He's played well here early this season. Especially no preseason for a rookie. He's played well. 2nd and 11 from the 14. Kareem Hunt on the first down run for the Browns. Over the middle, it's caught as Will Fuller. 13 yards for him, first down Texans. Empty from the 27.5. Under a minute here in the third. 1st and 10. Watson going to step up. Watson going to be brought down. They might give him a yard, but nothing for Houston on offense right now. This game's going to come down to who's going to make a few more plays in the fourth quarter against who's going to be able to make a few more stops in the fourth quarter. Whoever does is going to win. Because it's been
Saves your clothes and saves you money. We make OxyClean Max Force. You make it work. Work your magic.
CBS News is helping make sense of a school year like no other. The new normal. School matters. Special reports on CBS this morning.
CBS News brings you the first presidential debate, Tuesday.
But that, of course, with the running game, still not going to cut it. And they got to make a few plays on defense. And honestly, as it seems like CBS is also having some technical difficulties. Retribution, old T-Bar, Mason, Slapjack in the WWE, giving everybody some trouble this afternoon before Clash of Champions later on night. Browns, with another touchdown, they retake the lead 24-20 over the Skins. 24-20, Cleveland over Washington, the new Washington football team.
Get great deals on Ford F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 43 years. Like total savings of $10,850.
But really now in the fourth quarter, it's going to come down to who can make a few more plays on offense versus who can make a few more stops on defense. And, you know, whoever does is going to win. So. Clash of Champions continued. As mentioned, it's Drew McIntyre, Randy Orton ambulance match for the WWE title later on tonight. That or Reigns, Jey Uso. Reigns will probably main event the show, honestly, because Jimmy Uso is probably going to return. They'll then set up for Hell in a Cell, a 2-on-1 handicap match for the title inside the cell. and then Reigns will win that as well. Jeff Hardy's going to retain the Intercontinental title, become the new undisputed champ, because, like I said, there's 2 titles right now because Sammy just returned thinking he's still the champ. McIntyre Orton could go either way. I'd be fine with either or, it doesn't matter. Asuka's going to beat Zelina Vega. She's only in this match because Asuka doesn't have anybody else to face right now. Bayley will retain versus whoever she faces. Right now it's Nikki Cross, but it could be somebody else come a few hours from now. I'm not going to be shocked, and I'm going to pick the Riot Squad to defeat Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler, and then have Jax and Baszler split, give Asuka a true #1 contender then for the Raw Women's Championship. I think Andrade and Angel Garza are also going to win the Raw Tag Team titles over the Street Profits. Lucha House Party, they don't stand a chance. Cesaro and Nakamura going to retain. Lashley going to retain the U.S. title as well. Like I said, Clash Champions, the, in quotes, Gold Rush, on paper, not that good. You know, they got 2 pushing 3 good matches, but that's it. And, I mean, a week from tonight, though, we do have the next NXT TakeOver, so. Big stop in the backfield. TJ Watt, as Watson handed off to Brandon Cooks on the end around, and then TJ Watt right there on the stop.
TJ Watt said, "We do not care who makes the plays on this defense."
And there he is covering the back and force incompletion. Let me tell Keith Butler, the defensive coordinator, I cover people.
Mike Tomlin said, "It's been cool to watch Williams evolve. He has an acute understanding of his strengths and an acute understanding of his shortcomings."
Third down and 50. He is going to be picked off at the 12-yard line. Mike Hilton with the interception for the Steeler defense. First turnover now. Watson down on the sideline for the Texans. Took a big hit. Took a very, very big hit. Okay, he gets up. He's fine. That'd be the second consecutive week the Steelers' opponent would have to go to their backup quarterback. It was Jeff Driscoll last week. Could be A.J. McCarron later on, but Watson looks good to go. We hit a commercial break here in the fourth quarter with the Steelers still trailing by 1, 21-20. That was about 13 minutes to play, and with the interception, Pittsburgh gonna have the ball 1st and 10, ball around the 20-25 yard line.
Bigger than what I'm doing? It's not complicated. A 5G network needs a 5G device. Now everyone, including existing customers, can get a free Samsung Galaxy Note 20 after trade-in.
The man, the myth, the legend, the comfort food that started it all. The original pan from Pizza Hut for just $10.99. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
The Washington football team, 4 turnovers today. And somehow the Browns only have a 4-point lead. They're still in this in the second half.
Yo, Deshaun, how about I only block 60% of the time?
All right, big fella. I'm just going to use my left arm for 60% of my passes.
Only 60% of y'all voted in 2016? That's not going to get it done. We can't win if we don't play.
Register.
Register to vote.
First and 10 Steelers, 13:27 to play. Ben out of the gun over the middle, caught at the 25. Eric Ebron for 4. Drive starts at the 21. Of the 2nd and 6.
Look at the scare, but the problem is he's double covered. He's hoping he can just throw it and make a play. But 2 guys are there just lurking in the back. And there's the interception. Deshaun Watson all game long has made plays like that. That one.
2nd and 5. Especially from the 26. He gave him 5 yards. Trip stop your screen left to right. Ben complete. Juju Smith-Schuster for a half a yard. 3rd down.
The Texans are there with Roby and Murray. So it'll bring up 3rd down now for Pittsburgh.
Remember, heading into the half, this felt like
Touchdown Browns. So they're capitalizing off of the Redskins' turnovers.
Defense.
You don't turn the ball over.
Position type of the game.
They're probably winning right now.
There's only points here in the second half.
Mike Tomlin and his defensive coordinator Keith Butler. Butler in his 6th year in that position.
Yeah, that's hard to believe. Keith Butler's been the Steeler defense coordinator for 6 years now. Seems like Dick LeBeau was still at DC just like 2 years ago. Ben looking to throw. Pass complete. Eric Ebron once again down the far sideline. 1st down Steelers. They are going to the tight end a lot now today, which is good. It's going to open up Juju or Deontay Johnson was healthy. He's out with a concussion. James Washington. Chase Claypool, I think, has 1 catch and then a lot of targets, but drops or penalties. Start running the football. Start running the ball. And keep going to Ebron. Go to McDonald. James Conner. Out past the 45, stiff arm, midfield, 1st down. Good block by DeCastro up front by the right side. Now an update. What do we got here? What we just saw, Cleveland. Nick Chubb scoring a touchdown. 31-20 Cleveland on top of the Washington football team, the Redskins. They got about 8 minutes to play. Yeah, J.K. Watt not on defense a whole lot this afternoon for the Texans. I don't know if he's injured or what. He's just not in there a lot. Derek, one half of the Watt brothers in Pittsburgh, also out injured. So it's basically just TJ making all the plays for the family this afternoon. James Conner on the run once again. Keep the running game going, work the clock. Because if you score, I get there's 10 minutes and about 38 seconds to play. But if you score, you'll probably go for 2 to make it a 7-point ball game. You would think they would at least. That's what the analytics would say, I guess. But that's just common sense right there, old school football. You don't want to give the Texans the ball back with, a lot of time. So work the clock, just continue to run the football. First down. Just move the ball, stay in bounds. Pass complete. James Washington, he's going to get about a yard maybe. Coughs up the ball, but he was down, so it'll be 3rd down and about 2, under 10 to play. 21-20, Texans lead the Steelers. And once again, thanks for tuning in and watching Thursday Night Football. We'll have the Jets host the Broncos, as what this past Thursday night's game was, with the Dolphins going to Skinner Country and beating the Jags. 3rd and 1 from the 40. Ben going to hand off again up the gut. 1st down Steelers. Move the ball, work the clock now. You got 38 yards to go. You could probably wind this clock to at least 5 minutes if you were smart, if not further. That was Benny Snell on the carry. James Conner coming back in the ball game. I mean, if they can have a good trio with Conner, Snell, and McFarland, and at least get, 50 yards, 70 yards a game total between rushing and receiving per player, you know, they'd be fine. Ben pump fakes and then goes the other way near side, incomplete, throws it out of bounds, and for Chase Claypool. No one really open there. Clock stops. 2nd and 10, 8:40 to play. Wonder if we'll get any bonus coverage anywhere. See how these other teams are winding down. Everybody's about 7-8 minutes to play if they're in the fourth quarter, which I would hope you were. You know, last week the Bills and Dolphins down in South Beach were delayed a little bit due to lightning, but nothing along those lines today, as far as I know. Ben pump fakes again, and then a quick dump off to Connor then, who's going to be about, we'll say 2 yards short of first down, so 3rd down and 2 again. We'll see if Houston starts calling any of their timeouts by any means. I wouldn't think this early, but you never know. Especially if they can, hold them to a field goal or get them out of field goal range. Okay, 3rd time's a charm with the technical difficulties. Here we are. Connor going to get in the end zone. Touchdown Steelers, literally right now. So perfect timing. It works out. And the Steelers now lead by the same final score they won by last week, 26-21 by 5. I'd assume they go for 2 here. But they work the clock to the best of their advantage. Scored a touchdown, which really over anything works out. And they retake the lead, and they're going to go for 2 now. If not,
We love our new home. There's so much space.
We have a guest room now.
But we have ants.
You're slouching again, Ted.
Expire. 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 Thanks, Aunt Bonnie.
It's a lot of house. I hope you can keep it clean.
At least Geico.
Been a back and forth game.
Insurance easy.
Which helps us
Slow
to get
3rd
home.
quarter, but
Oh, Teddy, did you get my friend request? Oh, I'll have to check. Aunt Joni's here.
For bundling
these games
needs,
of,
go to Geico.com.
I mean, it's just Steeler football for you, coming down to the wire. So, sorry once again for any technical difficulties. The buffer, the disconnect, the reconnect. And then today, 3 times. Overheating. I have no clue why. There's no reason for it. Like I said, YouTube, if you're listening, watching, figure out why the hell this is doing this. Because it seems like it only happens to me. But I get technology, it's technology. It's good, but it's also bad. Doing it way more than usual, and then on top of it, the overheating part now to it that I gotta watch week in and week out now, every live stream. Because it's not like I've changed, how I stream. I'm still streaming as I did before, so if it's doing it now, why didn't it do it before? It makes no sense. And then there's probably not an answer to it anyway, so that's what it just is what it is. But the stream, has continued. Hopefully it might be in 10 different parts, but it doesn't look like it is because it's still, we're still good to go here. We're still live. So it sort of does, still work out. Renegade maybe? Oh mama? 6.
Steelers and the Titans later. Cam and the Patriots are in Kansas City and meeting Mahomes and the Chiefs. Our coverage starts for the NFL Today, mid-Eastern, here on CBS.
Let's see if scouting report that we got from Nate and Coach Cowell on NFL Today. See if it holds true now for Pittsburgh with their personnel that they they talked about? They get to the quarterback. Remember, they talked about how they get there. Can they punch the ball free, create another takeaway? They're going to need it because Deshaun Watson.
First and 10, Texans at 25. Pressure. Watson goes down. TJ Watt on the sack. And right now, talk about power with the wattage. Steeler defense leading that category. Watson's been sacked a few times now today.
Because TJ Watt's first step off the line of scrimmage is so quick. And he gets right in there. And a big loss there for the Houston Texans.
That a move that he worked on with his dad using the pads?
Left ass there with last Evan. Evan family. Please no.
Text John Locke right now.
Second and 21. Watson over the middle, almost picked off once again as it was deflected. Incomplete third down.
Joe Hayden holds up strong in coverage. It's 3rd and 21 for the Texans.
And Pittsburgh, if they can hold here and then run the ball to close it out, they're going to get lucky and pull off a sort of come from behind win at home. 3rd and 21. That's a false start. Everybody move. Come on, throw the flag. So 3rd and 26. Buffalo allowing the Rams to come back and take the lead. It's now 32-28 LA on top of the Bills. Fourth down Houston, they'll punt again. So 5:15, clock down to 5 minutes, and they're going to get the ball back now, though. Houston on this upcoming drive, I would think they'll call their timeouts. Washington football team's day, not today. A few turnovers, offsides on 4th and 4. Cleveland going to keep the ball now. Automatic first down. Steelers have a 1st and 10 now following the punt. Run the football. Run the ball. I don't care who it's with. Just don't fumble.
Houston at 0-2. They've got Minnesota coming up. Jacksonville at Tennessee.
Yeah, we still might get an 0-3 showdown with the Texans and the Vikings next week, depending on what's going on with Tennessee and Minnesota right now. If Houston does, in fact, lose this. Just run the football, please. James Conner, he's going to get the carry, first down run. 15, 20 yards, 25 yards out towards midfield. And once again, when the Steelers need to run the football, they've been able to do so, which is a good thing, especially late in the game. When they need to run the ball, they've been able to run the football. Yeah, out past midfield, actually.
I got called everything. Let's go back to it again. It was essentially the same run. First time to the left, coming back to the right.
Well, yeah, no shit. If they can't stop it, you're going to run it until they stop it.
They did with the AFC South in 2015 and 2018.
Yeah, Bill O'Brien said, hey, unfortunately, we have experience with these.
Ben, another handoff. It'll be 3rd and 2. Benny Snell gets about another 4 yards. See if Houston stops the clock. They're going to let it run. They'll have 3 timeouts and the 2-minute warning. if they can stop them here on third down. If they don't, then they'll start calling their timeouts. But yeah, like, that's just, I can't believe what Charles Davis just said. Like, of course, yeah, whoever's calling plays, if the defense can't stop you, you continue to run that until they stop you. You don't run other, passing plays or running plays, whatever, isn't working. Once again, another run, only a yard. They can't even pick up a first down. So now Houston's going to call a timeout. 3:11 to play. It'll be 4th and 1. Now the defense really needs to step up and make a stop. They've sacked Watson a few times, picked them off. Get after him. Bring some pressure, but not a lot of pressure. Because he's picked you apart. He's thrown for over 250 yards. He has a few touchdowns. You want to make sure you have some guys back able to cover some throws if needed. Of course, it's a quarterback-driven league, so we'll see what Pittsburgh does here. They're going to go for him 4th and 1 right now. Maybe try to draw him off. Honestly, if they draw him off, this game might be over. 4th and 1 from the 35. They're going to go for him 4th down. Slant complete, first down. Steelers. That's now 3 conversions today for the Steeler offense. Run the ball again. Just drain the clock. Run it once more unless they call a timeout, of course. Take it down 2 minute. And run the football. Just run the ball. Ben gonna hand off. Benny Snell gets 2 yards. Pittsburgh run, Benny Snell again. It'll be 3rd down, Steelers. Houston just called their Pittsburgh's probably going to run it here on 3rd down and 9. Bubble screen, top of your screen, Chase Claypool. They pick up the first down. He's going to stiff arm a man, dive for the end zone. They're going to mark him out at the 1. This game's over. Because they'll snap it once more before the 2-minute mark. I mean, if they score, they score. Okay, go up 2 touchdowns. Or even kick a field goal. But you should, well, he did fumble, and then the ball went out. You got to be kidding me. Okay, so fumble at the 1. Pittsburgh, unless Houston touched it last, is going to keep the ball. Jeez, that's close. Okay, Steelers football. Fumble out of bounds at the 2, so 1st and goal at the 2 now. Houston doesn't have any timeouts. They can't stop the clock other than the 2-minute mark. Run it here. And then a few kneel downs if you don't get in out of the 2-minute warning and ball game. I mean, you could even take a knee right now if you wanted to, just play it safe. We're going to add some time onto the clock, it looks like.
73 for Pittsburgh. 37 for Houston.
In the second half is where the piling.
Yeah, Pittsburgh in the second half took advantage of the game clock,
2 to 3 drives for Pittsburgh.
and they've controlled. Well, they're not even going to snap it. This clock's going to wind to 2 minutes now. So they don't even need to run another play. You can just snap it, take a quarterback kneel a few times, knee it down, and ball game. Do that, 2-3 times, and yeah, game over. And the Steelers are going to come from behind, sort of. I mean, they had an early 3-0 lead, and then it was 17-14 before 21-17 at halftime. But Houston's been shut out now in the second half. And then we had a Watson interception along with a few sacks. Credit to the courtesy of the Steeler defense. And, Pittsburgh with a field goal and a touchdown here, taking the lead along with a 2-point. So, looks like we will get bonus coverage. It'll be Rams and Bills from Orchard Park up in Buffalo. The Browns are going to win 34-20 over the Redskins. So the Browns, after a Week 1 loss, they win 2 in a row. They're now 2-1. The Redskins, after a Week 1 win, they've now lost 2 in a row. They're 1-2. Browns with a 34-20 win. We'll get Rams, Bills coming up next.
To all the moms who make things cleaner, smarter, better.
2 minutes to play with the Texans and Steelers who are just now tuning in. Steelers can take a few kneel downs and pick up the win 28-21. Cowboys, Seahawks coming up. Buccaneers, Broncos coming up, however, on Fox. And we might get bonus coverage on CBS too. Rams and Bills. First down, Buffalo at the 15. Josh Allen and the Bills down by 4 with under 2 to play.
Your door and then my door? Or we could try to think of something else.
Progressive, protecting every single yard of your home and auto.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by Sonic. This is how we Sonic. And by Progressive. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance.
First and 10 from the 15. Josh Allen stepping up. Gonna. He was a little beyond the line of scrimmage before he threw it, but it was a backward pass, so it was a lateral, and then it went out of bounds, so incomplete. Under a minute to play. They're down 4. They need a touchdown to win it. Field goal, you got to cut it. Steelers first and goal here. They can drain this clock, for God's sakes, to 120 before taking the main out. And the Texans, they touched the ball 3 times, maybe 4 in the second half. And all drives were quick, short, 3 and outs or ended in a turnover. Pittsburgh going to go to 3-0 for the first time in a decade. Been a long time coming. Houston going to fall to 0-3 with losses now to the Chiefs, Ravens, and Steelers. Pittsburgh 3-0 wins over the Giants, Broncos, and now Houston Texans. It'll be 28-21. Steelers late in the ball game. I mean, the defense, they made a few stops. I mean, like I said, Houston, they barely touched the ball in the second half, and they got shut out in the second half now as well. That'll do it. One final kneel down ball game. Steelers win 28-21 as the final seconds will tick down. We'll have the Watt brothers pose for a family portrait with JJ, TJ, and Derek. TJ with the more powerful performance this afternoon, including a sack on Deshaun Watson. We'll have bonus coverage. All right. Titans and Vikings. They got a few minutes to play. It's 30-28 Minnesota. As they're 0-2. Try not to blow a lead. Picking up their first win. Against the 2-0 Titans. The Steelers are now 3-0 for the first time since 2010. They won the Super Bowl that year. Before they lost to the Green Bay Packers. So the Steelers win 28-21. We got bonus coverage now of Rams, Bills, along with Titans and Vikings. Pittsburgh in Tennessee next Sunday. Titans have the ball. They have 3 timeouts. They're down 2 with 2:15 to play. Pittsburgh with a 7-point win, 3-0 for the first time in 10 years. Josh Allen, Buffalo, incomplete far sideline, 3rd down to come. They're down 4, they need a touchdown. Tennessee down 2, all they need is a field goal to win it. We're at the 2-minute mark now. Minnesota can only stop it once more. Run the ball, Derrick Henry, how they're already in field goal range. It's going to come down to the kicking game, it looks like, with Stephen Gostkowski for another game winner. So he did on Monday night a few weeks back against the Broncos, but nonetheless, in position to potentially pick up a road win, and then it'll be a potential matchup with 2 3-0 teams if Tennessee wins next week in Nashville, Steelers, Titans. And then a matchup with 2 0-3 teams after today's games if Minnesota ends up losing, as they'll host the Texans next week. So we'll have to see how these games play out here. Hit a commercial break at 2 minutes to play, and then also about 30 seconds or so with the Rams and Bills. And then be sure to tune back in later on. WWE Clash of Champions beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll come on probably around 10 till, like usual. But we'll also then have Sunday Night Football with Packers and Saints side by side. Be sure to tune back in. 4th down for Buffalo. Rams with the win. They'll go to 3-0 as well.
1 yard. Stop.
Buffalo 4th and 9 from the about 13-yard line. Josh Allen pass incomplete. I don't know who the hell he was going to. Then a flag comes in. They get a defensive hold or a pass interference on the Rams. That's a bad call. And it's always in a situation like this. No. Pass interference, 15 yards would be a spot foul. 1st down, Buffalo. And they're just giving the Bills a chance to win now. And now, yeah, it seems like CBS is having some technical difficulties once again. As they just come back to the studio and the camera's just panning all over the place, but there's no noise. Okay, now we're back in Minnesota. Right inside the 40 at the 38. 2 minutes to play. Titans down 2. They have all 3 timeouts. Why are you throwing the football? Almost picked off. That's why you don't throw the ball. Run the damn ball. All you need is a field goal to win it, and you're throwing. Josh Allen, pass complete, touchdown, Buffalo Bills, and the Rams are only going to have a few seconds to be able to drive to, we'll see what Buffalo does if they go for 1 or 2. It's currently a 2-point ball game. They kick a field goal or kick an extra point, all the Rams are going to need is a field goal to tie it. They go for 2. They'll need a touchdown. But if Buffalo goes for 2 and they don't get it, the Rams are only going to need a field goal to win. So you kick the extra point here. Make it a 3-point game. If they tie it, force overtime, okay, you get to that if you do. Timeout, Minnesota. They don't have any remaining. Mike Zimmer also wearing the Andy Reid face shield rather than a mask. Extra point up and good. It's 35-32. So the Rams need a field goal to tie it or a touchdown to win now. And it came down to a pass interference on the Ram defense that I didn't think was a good call. They just gave Buffalo the win, basically. And they'll go to 3-0. With a signature win, though, too. Beating a good 2-0 Ram team that, if they lose, will fall to 2-1. From the 37, Tannehill looking to throw again on 3rd down. Why are you throwing the football? You are right on the outside of field goal range. You have Derrick Henry as your running back. Now they're still going to bring out Gostkowski to attempt a 80-yard field goal, for God's sakes, from midfield. And, hey, 3rd time's a charm with Gostkowski as well. Had his kicking woes week 1 on Monday night, as mentioned. Missed 4 kicks, but he kicked the game winner. Also kicked the game winner last week. Now, from 55 for a game winner once again, and that kicks up and good. So, okay, we're not going to run the ball. We're going to throw. If it's incomplete, so be it. We're going to kick a field goal. We're going to make it, and we got the lead now, 31-30. And now the Vikings with no timeouts, and Kirk Cousins, if I die from COVID-19. They have 1:44 to play to get in field goal range to win it and pick up their first win of the season. And if that's the case, or if not, it'll be Pittsburgh on the road in Tennessee, a battle of 2 3-0 teams next Sunday, and then a battle of 2 0-3 teams with the Texans and Vikings once again next week. So, hey, yeah, we'll just kick the field goal, you know. If it's incomplete, if we throw here, almost picked off a few times, we don't care. You know, we're going to kick the field goal. Like, we knew that like 10 minutes ago. So the Titans now lead 31-30. Some good games coming down the wire now. 49ers with the win over the Giants. New York now 0-3. Bears and Falcons coming down the wire. Browns picked up the win. Onside kick. And then we got some laterals. No time remaining. Rams are running around. Or there's no onside kick on that. Sorry. It was, and now we got a flag, and it's going to be on the Rams. The Bills recover the fumble, and the penalty's going to be declined. Game over. Buffalo's going to win. So that previous play on 1st down. Well, it looked. I said onside kick because it looked like an onside kick because it was bouncing 10 yards, and the Falcons were still covering, not touching. Cousins just got rid of it. I don't know how the hell. And then a flag comes in late. That'll be a late hit. Ball falls incomplete. Bills pick up the win 35-32 over the Rams. Roughing the passer, 15 yards, automatic 1st down. Tennessee not even going to use any timeouts in the second half, it looks like. I mean, they'd be stupid to call any now. We'll have to see if we get any more bonus coverage. Maybe Chicago and Atlanta, Dallas and Seattle coming up next. We are getting the Bears and Falcons. They got 4 minutes to play still. Holy hell. Atlanta winning by 3. 26-23. 2nd down 10 from the 25. 2nd and 10 for Minnesota now. 1:36 to play.
You can feel it. The edge pressure, you can step up and avoid it, but you can't avoid that middle push that's happening right now.
We'll have final stats and scores coming up shortly, so stay tuned. Bengals and Eagles are tied with 20 seconds to play. Cousins, ball's loose. And the Vikings recover the low snap That almost went for a fumble, scoop, and score for the Titans. Third and long. Cousins incomplete, almost picked off by Jadeveon Clowney. So they have a 4th and 26 with 1:09 to play. And if they don't get this is over because they can't stop the clock. And then we might get bonus coverage with Cincy and Philly because that's on CBS. These games are working out. Perfect timing today.
Okay, they called it legal pass then.
This is it for Minnesota.
Yeah, they don't get a first down. They need what? Midfield? They're at the 26 and they need midfield. It's 4th and 24. The Titans are gonna pick it off. It was almost caught by Adam Thielen. And then Tennessee comes down with it. Actually, it wasn't that bad of a play. Or that bad of a throw by Cousins. And then it's a interception. Tennessee going to go to 3-0. Pick up a 1.31-30 win on the road against the Vikings. They'll now host the Steelers next week. A battle of 2 3-0 teams. Vikings will host the Texans, a battle of 0-3 teams. Yeah, that's a pick. And for some reason, Big Dick Nick Foles warming up on the Bears sideline. So I don't know if Trubisky's already been out or not. This game just came on. This is bonus coverage. When he does know, let me know in the comments. Kneel down, ball game. I'll take another one. But Titans going to win 31-30. Steelers, Titans next week. That's going to be a good one. And Cousins is 0-3 Vikings. Honestly, I mean, maybe about $4.80 is what he's worth now, not $84 million, fully guaranteed. But 6 for 6 on field goals. So this game was bonus coverage too. Don't know a whole lot about it. Gostkowski with a 3rd straight game winner as they're utilizing their special teams this year. The Titans are 3-0 with 3 game-winning field goals. They pick up another win, 31-30 over the Minnesota Vikings, who falls to 0-3. So Tennessee at 3-0 now, coming from behind and winning. Because it was like 20-9 or so along those lines. Cousins had 3 touchdowns, 2 picks. Tannehill over 300 yards passing. Both running backs had over 100 yards. Justin Jefferson, the rookie receiver out of LSU, had 170 receiving yards. But the Titans defeat the Vikings 31-30. Tennessee 3-0, Minnesota 0-3. Tennessee hosts Pittsburgh next week. 2 3-0 teams. Minnesota hosts Houston next week. 2 0-3 teams. And now we got overtime in Philly with the Bengals and Eagles tied at 23. This will be the second overtime game this year. Last week, it was the Chargers opening up their new SoFi Stadium against the Chiefs. Kansas City with a game winner. Harrison Butker had like 10 50-plus yard field goals in that game. Start of overtime, Bengals and Eagles will stay with it. Bears have the ball, down 3, 26-23. From the 30, Nick Foles looking to throw a pass incomplete. Yeah, so no Mitch Trubisky right now. I don't know what's up with that, but Bengals will get the ball. If they score, they win. They kick a field goal, Philly gets a shot. They don't do anything, touchdown, they score points, they win. Burrow over the middle slant, complete. First down for 12. That's A.J. Green. So we're in overtime now in Philly at the Link with the Bengals and Eagles. A very rare AFC North, NFC East matchup this season. Pittsburgh in 2 weeks will host the Eagles in Pittsburgh before Cleveland and Baltimore on the 18th and 25th of October. That's Pittsburgh's schedule for the next month. Mixon on the carry. He gets about 6, maybe 7 yards depending on the spot. After some slow starts today, a lot of good games once again this week. A lot of close games. I mean, hell, overtime, a few game winners, whether the refs were involved or not. Mixon now going to come out for a play. 2nd and 5 officially. Ball 43. Burrow fakes a give over the middle, incomplete. We will still have final stats and scores here coming up shortly. As mentioned, some breaking news: 2 matches removed from Clash of Champions later on tonight. We'll have to look in, see what's going on there. They're shuffling the Clash of Champions card around right now as 2 matches were cut. So we'll see what those matches officially are. But 3rd down and 4 in overtime. Empty set, 5 wide for the Cincinnati Bengals. Burrow, complete. A.J. Green once again. You don't have anybody else on offense to go to. No gain, 4th down, so Cincinnati going to punt here. I mean, it's a smart thing to do. You got to play defense now. If Philly scores, whether it's a field goal or a touchdown, they win. Cincinnati on the punt. Got up and away. Yeah, Trubisky either must have got benched or hurt, and then Foles came in. And they're at the 2-minute warning now in the ATL. 26-23. Falcons. Time. First and 10 from the 11. Hopefully this game doesn't end in a tie. Pass over the middle, almost picked off at the 25-yard line. I believe, I don't know if they tied each other a couple years back, but I believe it was the same season, potentially the same week, that, or maybe a week apart, have to look, that both of these teams tied. Whether it was against one another or not, I can't remember. Patriots with the win over the Raiders. And I guess the Raiders are under investigation now as well for allowing a person that was unauthorized. They allowed him into the locker room. And due to COVID and just everything going on, hell, teams after last week were fined a lot of money for not wearing a mask on the sideline, and now we got this. But we'll have to see what happens. Burrow took a big hit earlier. Holy hell. But Burrow picking apart these NFL defenses here in his rookie campaign. He's looked very, very good. He honestly, Burrow right now is probably the favorite to win Rookie of the Year, or at least rookie quarterback. Wentz, 3rd and 8 on a screen near side, incomplete, intended for Miles Sanders. So Philly's going to have to punt now. And Phillies, I thought, yeah, touchdown Bears in the meantime too. Anthony Miller out of Memphis. All right, come on, Cincy. Come on, Chicago. Come on, Carolina a little bit later on tonight. Well, this afternoon, playing the Chargers. Moneyline underdogs. But here comes Philly. They're going to have to punt now too, and the Bengals are going to get the ball back still with their 2 overtime timeouts. Punt almost blocked, and they'll have 7 minutes. Punt fielded around the 35. Since they're going to have a 1st and 10 from the 40. And the Bears retake the lead against the Falcons, 30-26. And it looks like Atlanta's going to blow another lead. And right now, Dan Quinn, Mike Zimmer, Bill O'Brien, one of those 2 teams with Houston and Minnesota is going to be 0-4 after next week. Those are 3 head coaches right now that could very well mid-season, or depending on how the season shakes out late in the year, could be fighting for their jobs. Especially Dan Quinn, but even Mike Zimmer now too. Even after they just extended them too. We'll see. Burrow going to go down on the sack. Is that Atlanta Falcon midfield logo like 10 times bigger this year or something? Like, it looks like... Maybe not. Maybe there was just that shot. I know the end zones are different because they got new uniforms. But Matty Ice, does he have ice in his veins to come from behind here and pick up a win? Probably not, but we'll see. I mean, they're used to blowing leads, especially in the state of Texas. But Burrow on 2nd and 11 looking to throw. Pass complete, but there's a flag in the backfield. That's going to be a hold. It'll come back. They'll replay it. Pass was complete. T. Higgins, rookie receiver out of Clemson. Yes, I'm still watching on this TV. I was asked the same thing on this TV a little bit ago, and I clicked yes. So that's what you get whenever you don't change the channel for a few hours when you're watching football. Yeah, hold, 10 yards. They'll replay it down, and that would have went for a big 1st down too. Starting to move the ball, and now it's going to back them up 2nd and 21. Matt Ryan, complete near side. 1st down for Falcons. Second and 21 from the 30. Burrow going to fake the give. Looking to throw, and it's going to be almost intercepted. I don't know who the hell he was thrown to there. Ball incomplete. 3rd down. He had Boyd and Higgins in the area. From midfield, 1st and 10 in Atlanta. Ryan to the 45 for 5. About a minute and change to play. And if Chicago picks up the win, they're going to be 3-0. Who would have thought that? Like, they'd probably be the biggest surprise right now. And hell, they're going to pick up the win because they just picked off Matt Ryan. Chicago going to go on the road and win by 4, 30-26. Atlanta does have a few timeouts, but still. Burrow going deep down the far sideline, incomplete. Intended for the Ocho Cinco of the Bengals now, T. Higgins. 4th down and 21. Here comes Cincinnati. They're going to punt once again. Hopefully this game does not end in a tie. Cowboys Seahawks about to begin, along with Buccaneers Broncos on Fox. CBS does not have a 4:25 game this week. from the 21. Greg Ward on the punt return. He gets a few. So 1st and 10 Eagles from there.
Cincinnati unable to protect that late 7-point lead. The touchdown won by Wentz. As he gears up now for their second possession of overtime.
Yeah, next score wins the game for Cincinnati and Philadelphia. And if Cincy can find a way to win this, Philly's going to be 0-3 too. Jets tied up against the Colts. That game's underway. Tied at 7. Wentz on the pump fake, complete near side on the screen. Miles Sanders moving Miles out of the 28, 2nd down. All you need to do is get in field goal range. You just need a field goal to win it. And we've seen Philly kick some game winners at home. Either game winners in regulation or even in overtime. So nothing new there, but 2nd and 6. This game's a good game to keep an eye out too for the Steelers because Ertz, what a dime by Carson Wentz, right on the money in his breadbasket. Big 1st down pickup for the Eagles. But obviously Pittsburgh is going to play Cincinnati twice. And then they'll play the Eagles, as mentioned, in 2 weeks. Coming back home after Tennessee on the road next week. Before Cleveland and Baltimore. Cleveland at home, I think they have another... They started away, 2 home games, away next week, and then 2 home games. I think the first Cleveland game is at home. And they end with Cleveland at the end of the regular season. Early January. And then they go to Baltimore on the 25th because they get Baltimore at home on Thanksgiving. False start on the offense.
5-yard penalty. Replay, 1st down. March take us back to that round 1 by Hurts. Just the corner route, and look, it's zone. And I think it's played quite well. But the throw, we've been talking about the accuracy issues of Wentz and how his ball placement hasn't been there and how he's missed some opportunities down the field. But boy, when he had to make that throw, he gave his tight end a beauty.
Cowboys Seahawks about to begin on Fox as the Bears will beat the Falcons. So we're underway now in Seattle as they're 2-0, defeating the Falcons and Patriots. Dallas at 1-1, losing to the Rams, beating the Falcons. So these two teams do have a common opponent here early on, as a few of these teams do around the league, just with how the schedule is shaken out. 2nd and 9, Wentz pump fakes. Flag, this is going to come back for a hold. He picks up the 1st down, but it'll be another 10-yard holding. Back him up, they'll replay. It'll be 2nd and 19. Holding 10 yards. 2nd down and 19. These are the officials that were in Pittsburgh last week, I think. Ref doesn't know what the hell he's doing. So tied at 0. Cowboys, Seahawks just getting underway there. Dak Prescott, Russell Wilson. Should be a good game. Should be a good game. They always, when they meet in the playoffs at least. Or in a Sunday afternoon or a Sunday night, even a Monday night game, it always seems to turn out. Wentz going to throw it away and complete out of bounds. 3:08 to play, third down 19. Please do not let this game end in a tie. And we're about probably 2 hours now. 2:15, 2:20 maybe. We'll push the start time for Clash of Champions live stream back a little bit, just to get regrouped, reset. Depending on how late these games go here, how long this goes with the recap coming up shortly. So be sure to tune back in for Clash of Champions. Prescott over the middle, complete for 5 yards. That'll be at 7 p.m. Panthers 3-0. Chargers, Bucks, and Broncos tied at 0. Lions and Cardinals tied at 0. All these 4:25 games are now underway. Third 19 with 3:08. They only have 1 timeout left. I mean, you want something over the middle, of course. Just get him in field goal range and kick it. Because if you at least give him a shot, he's going to have a chance to make it. But he's also going to have a chance to miss it, and then you give the Bengals some decent field position to drive and get their own game winner or score a touchdown. Really, only you need is the 38-yard line, I think, to be safe. Wentz looking to throw on the wheel route, far sideline. It's going to be incomplete, intended for Miles Sanders. 4th down. I don't get why they didn't go over the middle instead of lobbing it up, and it's going to fall incomplete. So now Philly's going to have to punt again. This is a punting contest in overtime with 2 0-2 teams. I mean, hell, even Doug Peterson might be on the chopping block. Care if he's won a Super Bowl or not. He's the Eagles head coach. They might run him out of town if they don't start winning. Here comes Philly once again on the punt. Fair catch inside the 10 at the 8. So Burrow and the Bengals are going to have 2:56, 2 timeouts, and basically the length of the field to go to win this game. And if they do tie, people will be complaining this week that the overtime rule once again needs to change. And rightfully so, it does. If the first overtime ends in a tie, you play until you have a winner. Enough with ties. Nobody ties in football anymore other than, a few times every few years in the NFL. Because it's the NFL, because they don't want to change. Change a rule, that is, that people want change, for God's sakes. Including coaches, players, and everybody involved. Tyler Boyd, 1st down, pickup, 12 yards. Bengals move the sticks. Matt LeBlanc on the stop for the Eagles. Dak Prescott to Amari Cooper for the Cowboy 1st down. Burrow stepping up. He's going to go down on the sack back at the 15-yard line. Jesus Christ. Two-minute warning in overtime. If I'm Cincinnati, do I play for a tie now? Because Philly can only stop once more. I'd honestly probably rather have a tie than another loss. With the way these two teams have played. And if you punt, Philly's been able to drive a little bit, but then they stall. Same thing with Cincy. That's why we're, in overtime tie at 23. Nobody can do anything. It's, defense making stops, and it's a punt contest. And yeah, the overtime rule still needs to change. You go back to 15 minutes and play till you have a winner. Like, keep it okay if you score first, win. I wouldn't mind that if that would, stay. But, college, I mean, I get you're going to want to be different because they are. But there you have start at the 25-yard line. Going in, that'd be too easy. You still kick off. But at least give both teams a shot. And I get they do if they kick a field goal on the opening drive, because then the other team, if they kick a field goal, tie it, game continues. They score, they win. But if I'm Cincy here, do I just settle for a tie, or because you're not in good field position? You take another sack. Burrow going to go deep down the far sideline, incomplete. He had it and dropped it. Good coverage, Joe. So third down and Austin, 3:16 to go. I mean, that was a good pass, and it would have been a good catch, but then good coverage, and the ball falls incomplete. Cincy, I run it here. I mean, I probably would have ran it the last play too, and then run it next, this play, because then they'd have no timeout, so you could wind the clock, punt. And now here, Burrow going to go down the sack once again, back to the 6-yard line. Philly going to call timeout. They'll have a minute 49 and probably even better field position now after this upcoming punt, because it's a punt contest in overtime. And if they can get Jake Elliott in field goal range, he's going to kick it. And the Eagles are probably going to end up winning this. But it's just bad. Not some bad play calling, but the plays just haven't been executed, whether they've been good or bad. Incomplete, can't block, you take a sack. Credit to both defenses. I mean, they were both good enough to obviously get to this point, but Carson Wentz is going to have his 5th shot in overtime in a 10-minute period to win this game. And now if this game ends in a tie, there's something seriously wrong with both of these teams. Like, if Philly cannot win this on a field goal or even a touchdown, field at the 45-yard line, okay, they got one timeout, 55 yards in a minute 41. All they needed is a field goal. They need 20 yards, maybe 25, 30 to be safe. You don't want to. You would rather have a decent field goal, not chip shot, but compared to a long 50 plus. Bengals, they're trying to snap a 14-game road losing streak. That's about a year and a half old. And then also pushing 2 years, actually. And then the Eagles are trying not to start 0-3 for the first time in a little over 21 years, back to 1999. Wentz, near side complete. Miles Sanders, 8 yards, second down. He gets out of bounds, so the clock stops. 1:36 to play. We're still tied at 23 in overtime with the Bengals and Eagles. Final stats and scores from the Texans-Steeler game, along with the rest of the NFL, still to come. Stay tuned. WWE Clash Champions live reactions will play later on tonight. Be sure to tune back in. Cowboys driving. We had an incomplete pass over the middle, right near the goal line. Wentz on 2nd and 3, going to hand off right there at the first down marker. You got to be quick here. I mean, I get the chains will move. We'll have the official timeout, or maybe even the Bengal timeout. Fill up and good for the boys. Cowboys 3-0 over the Seahawks. Yeah, why is Cincinnati calling timeout? Because it's 1st and 10. Let them worry if they're going to get up there and, be able to get the snap off or not. I get you want to try to get the ball back, but 2 timeouts isn't enough, especially under 2 minutes. And in overtime, where if they score, they win, you're not going to get the ball back. And Jake Elliott today has a few field goals, so he's 3 of 3 on the day. 27, 42, and 54. So really, put him anywhere, he's probably going to nail it.
Cincinnati has been in this position already this season. The Week 1 finish at home against the Chargers.
And now the previous play is under further review.
So it looks like we're going to get an official review here.
Or we're going to have another black cat run onto the field, or we're going to virtually boo Carson Wentz off the field, or throw snowballs at Santa Claus in Philly again here. Like, what else is going to happen in this game, for God's sakes? Like, come on. And calls like this, with a spot foul, or you're looking for the marker of where he was down. You never win a challenge like this. You never overturn it under review. They can't challenge, of course, it's under 2 minutes, so it's coming from up above. But they're not going to change. It's going to stand. It always does.
They're changing the nail marker. Does somebody have an inside pipeline?
Arch, take us into the mind of Peterson and Wentz. What are they talking about in front of the sideline?
Well, obviously, 3rd and inches, very different than 1st and 10, right? So you've got to get 2 different play calls depending on what the scenario is, because they are dramatically different. They like quarterback sneak, obviously. Wentz, adept at running that play.
Seahawks with the ball, 1st and 10, trailing by 3 here early in the first. It'll be 3rd and inches, so they do overturn it, which is a little bit of a surprise. So not a 1st and 10, it's 3rd and inches now for the Eagles. Sneak it. Sneak it, get up there and so they add 6 seconds back, 1:30 to play. Get up there and sneak it, but you got to be quick though. Get back up on the line and move the ball back about a half yard.
Let's quickly bring in Gene's territory. Gene, take us through that last replay.
Looks to me after the replay that Sanders' head is the first thing that hits the ground, and when that helmet hits, it's like any other body part, like a knee. So they look to,
I mean, knowing these NFL teams, they'll probably go deep.
and a big play here with 3rd and a half to go.
All right, Gene's territory. Thank you very much.
Wentz, quarterback sneak. He's going to get the first down. And then either one of the refs or one of the coaches lost something on the far sideline. And now we're going to have a first down.
A timeout taken by Cincinnati.
Oh, Cincinnati called timeout before that quarterback sneak. Okay, and then one of the coaches threw down his play sheet on the field. Okay, that's what that was. Yet they still give them the first down, but then they also give Cincinnati their timeout, but it's after the 3rd inches. These games have been good. I mean, this is some good football. But bad football, too. Like, you shouldn't even be in this situation. But still excited. Still exciting. Yeah. Wentz going to hand off. 1 yard. Neither of your teams have timeouts now. Hey, if I'm Cincinnati, I'd try to hold him down. You know, make sure they don't get up until the refs tell you to. And because I feel like Cincinnati's, they're going to be all right with the tie now. Update now, Bucks and Broncos. Brady on the road in Denver with the Bucks for the first time. And they go up early, 7-0. Both teams wearing home uniforms. And now Jason Peters, of all players, down injured in his 17th season. They wanted to, he re-signed, he wanted to move to the interior. He wanted to play guard. But then they had a hole still on the left side at tackle, and they had to put him back at left tackle. Now here, with 1:05 to play in overtime, week 3, he goes down with an injury. Just think if, you know, either one of these two teams would have been able to pick up the win earlier, he wouldn't be down injured. Russell Wilson, the Tyler Lockett touchdown. Seahawks, that's 6-3 now. Pending the upcoming extra point. Wentz, 2nd and 9, gonna keep it, and he gets about 2 yards to the 41. So 3rd down. They got to get a few more yards just to be safe. Because if he misses it, and then Cincinnati's not going to have any time, like if they drain the clock, Cincinnati can't get the ball back, he misses it, it still ends in a tie. He makes it, they win, of course, but 3rd and 7, Wentz looking to throw over the middle, it's batted down, incomplete. So with 19 seconds, 4th down and 7 from the 41-yard line. No timeouts remaining for both teams. Jake Elliott will come on to attempt about a 59, 60-yard field goal, depending on the spot, for the win in the closing seconds of overtime. He's 3 for 3 on the day. This from officially 59, and then somebody moved. Are they going to call a false start, back him up to 64 for the win? He's not going to make a 64-yarder for the win in overtime. False start. Oh my, this game's going to end in a tie. Keep shooting themselves in the foot. For the brand, can we just have a punt contest between these two next week? Yeah, it's a false start. That's a good call. From Ertz. Are they going to punt? So they're going to settle for a tie now too? Well, they don't want to give... I actually don't mind this. I mean, you might as well settle for the damn tie because you're around midfield. There's nothing really you can do. You punt, you make Cincinnati drive with no timeouts and basically no time, compared to you kick the field goal from 64 that you know he's going to miss, more likely than not. They take a delay of game. This is pathetic by both of these teams, I tell you what. And they'll both go to 0-2-1. Time at 23 today. Still 19 seconds, but rather than if you kick it, you know, you give Cincinnati then if you miss it, which you more likely than not would, ball around midfield, they'd have 1 or 2 plays to get in field goal range for themselves and then kick a game winner. And another fair catch looking for the 10-yard line. So Burrow has 13 seconds. We'll see a deep pass over the middle with some hook and ladders, and we might have a Philly miracle since he's going to run their own Philly special. Pick up the win here in overtime. No, this will end in a tie. This is pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Because neither team could get anything going in overtime. Punt contest, penalties, sacks. Of course, Philly's going to play prevent. They only got 3 up on the line. Everybody else probably down the 20-yard line. Cincinnati's just going to run it, and rightfully so. Well, you might want to get up there and spike it, clock it. And this game's going to end in a tie.
Take us to the end of the road in Philadelphia.
You have to be kidding me.
Second all-time tie between these two franchises.
Second all-time tie between these two teams. So they have tied before. I thought I was right. The Bengals and Eagles tie at 23. NFL, please change the goddamn overtime rule. Bengals, Eagles, final in overtime. A tie, 23 apiece ball game. Cincinnati and Philly are now both 0-2-1 on the season, as we'll continue week 3. I honestly do not know what to say. Just absolutely pathetic. Ridiculous. There's no reason whatsoever that you can't find some type of rhythm, some momentum to be able to drive and score. Or at least get in field goal range. And I mean, hell, Philly did more so than Cincy, but then a field goal cost them. But even before then, you know, like they didn't have like a 35-yard field goal. They had a 59-yard and then a false start. And that was actually, you know, they settled for the tie. Like, it's really not going to hurt them or help them right now. Like, they'll just be the two teams in the record book for this year that have another tie. And this is like, I bet you any money, I go back in my notes here. Early, which I'm about ready to do. Early last year, or early the year before that. It was like the first time in forever that we had like ties in the first, 2 ties in the first few weeks of the season or something. I'll have to look here.
No one stocks more, no one sells for less. 5-star Mitsubishi Altoona, the best of the best of the best. Best price, best 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain limited warranty on the planet. And the best buying and ownership experience you'll ever have.
I'll be able to tell you here if I can find record-wise what I did for the week. It honestly might have been 2 years back, to be honest with you. I'll have to check. And if I find out by later on tonight, be sure to let you know. If not, hopefully by tomorrow night for live reactions, play of NFL Monday Night Football once again with the Chiefs and Ravens. We'll address that then. But or hell, they might even have some updates on that now. But the Bengals and Eagles tie at 23. Ridiculous. Absolutely pathetic. Just nonsense. Like, there's no reason you should be tying. And then it's the overtime rule. That needs to change once again, too. So, we'll have to see what happens. Yeah, I honestly think it was 2 years back. I'm going to just real quick once again check through predictions from last year with records. And I know it was early in the season. Honestly, I think it was 17 and 18, those seasons, those campaigns. Yeah, I'd have to look. That's probably in another notebook. Because obviously it's not in this one.
There was a comeback by the Rams. Daryl Henderson, he gets in, powers it in 1 yard out. That was 25.
Just trying to think of where exactly those would be at. I have an idea.
pull it out. A close one, 35-32.
I have an idea.
Dave, that's okay.
They'd be hanging around with the rest of that type of stuff. But nonetheless, in the meantime, the Cowboys are on the road against the Seahawks.
That is a huge win for the Buffalo Bills, coming back from that deficit.
3-0 lead. Seattle then scores. So 7-3. But then the Seahawks just got a safety and are now getting the ball back. Seattle leads 9-3 midway through the opening quarter. We're going to check final stats and scores from around the rest of the league now, just to make sure there's no other games currently going on from 1 o'clock, which I don't think there is by any means. Everything's from 4 and on. Yeah, okay, and we'll get into those here shortly. So we'll turn off CBS. Okay, they changed the guide because in my area, 1 o'clock CBS, it was Texans Steelers, which of course we saw, and then the bonus coverage games on both CBS and Fox. We had bonus coverage on CBS with Tennessee and Minnesota, and then also with the Bengals and Eagles that ended in a tie. And I might get a notification with a detail on the tie between Cincinnati and Philly if I check here shortly. And we'll have to get into the matches removed from Clash of Champions as well, leading into that coming up in about 2 hours now as time has progressed. And then on Fox, it was Washington and Cleveland, the Redskins and the Browns, and then bonus coverage of the Rams and Bills along with the Bears and Falcons. So we saw 2 full games plus 2 channels with 2 different bonus coverage games, and then now Cowboys and Seahawks, with that being the game of the week at 4:25, America's game of the week. But in my area, it was for some reason, I don't know why, Buccaneers and Broncos, which it should have been Cowboys and Seahawks, which is exactly what it is. So we'll put this game now on the main TV. There's about 4:50 to play in the opening quarter, and then in the meantime, we'll get that off of the other TV, maybe. There we go. And then later on tonight, we will in fact be watching WWE Clash of Champions, and then once NFL Sunday Night Football begins, side by side with Clash of Champions and Gold Rush pay-per-view, and well, the ending to probably the last 12, maybe the whole fourth quarter, we'll see where we're at, with the Cowboys and Seahawks, and then Packers Saints Sunday Night Football, and then depending on how that game is, you know, we might go the whole way to the end, we might not, it just depends. Every once in a while, it just really depends on how I feel personally, and then, you know, what I feel like doing. If I'll end it, you know, before the game gets over, or if we'll go until the end of the ball game. But then also Monday Night Football live reactions play tomorrow night as well with the Chiefs and Ravens once again. So be sure to tune in. So currently the only game on TV in my area at least is in fact Cowboys and Seahawks. We're gonna check in first though, as I did predict somewhat of Clash of Champions. I honestly don't think a whole lot's gonna happen. Like I said, it's gonna be a average pay-per-view probably at best, and we'll talk more about it later on tonight. Honestly, the only title changes that will probably happen, that I'm picking at least, Riot Squad over Nia Jackson, Shayna Baszler, and then Andrade and Angel Garza over the Street Profits. But a few of these matches might have got pulled, and we're gonna check in to see what those are. Right now, 2 matches removed from WWE Clash of Champions. Okay, Bayley, Nikki Cross, not on the show tonight. And then the other one is the women's tag team match. So we're only going to have one women's championship match now with Asuka and Zelina Vega, as Bailey, Nikki Cross not on Clash of Champions Gold Rush tonight, along with Nia Jax and Shayna Baszler versus Riot Squad. So really now the only title change that could potentially happen, regardless of what happens with Drew McIntyre and Randy Orton, I don't mind who wins that. Reigns, is going to defeat Jey Uso. Jeff Hardy will retain the Intercontinental title in the Triple Threat ladder match. It's really just now going to be on Andrade and Angel Garza potentially over the Street Profits, I think. And hell, if that doesn't even happen, we probably won't have any title changes whatsoever tonight, and then Clash of Champions would, depending on how the matches go, arguably be one of the worst, but it's on paper beforehand. Don't want to jinx by any means, but we'll see how it goes tonight. It might be one of the worst pay-per-views in recent memory. The best match of the night is going to be Jeff Hardy, AJ Styles, Sami Zayn. And then the ambulance match for the WWE Championship with Drew McIntyre, Randy Orton. Reigns, Jey Uso. It'll be good storyline-wise. Jimmy Uso will come out and interfere. Reigns will still win. Then that'll set up a 2-on-1 handicap match, I'm thinking, for Hell in a Cell next month. That we'll find out the official date later on tonight as well. But now, 2 of the 3 women's matches pulled from Clash of Champions. And rightfully so. They're probably mad. But there's nothing really we can do. Hell, they might even add a few singles matches now. But if they're pulling matches, why would they add matches? So they probably won't add any matches. See what we're hearing, why they pulled these. I get Nikki Cross. Rumor she's injured, or even COVID. Alright, so not really a whole lot there. And then the card being shuffled around. Asuka, Zelina Vega, that was supposed to be on the kickoff show. That's now going to be on the main card. And then we'll see if they add a kickoff match or not. Yeah, Bailey still could be there having a match. I said Sasha earlier. Here's Lions Cardinals. And Cardinals up 7-3, just beginning the second quarter. Yeah, Bailey could still be on the card. Nikki Cross not. I believe this is due to her being married to Killian Dane, and then the COVID-19 outbreak in NXT, which he is still in. So just playing it safe. I totally understand. So no Bailey, Nikki Cross. No Nia Jax, Shayna Baszler, Riot Squad for the championships either. So they could pull the plug and do, well, they did on those 2 matches. But then go ahead, move forward with Bailey, Nikki Cross. Or Bailey, Sasha Banks, replacing Nikki Cross. Or they'll have Bailey probably come out, cut a promo, and then Sasha attacking from behind. That's what'll happen. But other than that, the show's going to be, average, I think, with, 2, pushing 3 good matches. And then that'll be it. So it'll be interesting to see how later on tonight goes. Now under 2 hours, so we're cutting it close, of course, but with these 1 o'clock games, some ending early, but then some, with that overtime game staying on, just closing out a few minutes ago, and then this 4:25 game, starting up. We'll get there, and it might not be as it normally is with the official start time. We'll probably come on around probably 10 till 7, 6:50. That's the time I'm looking at right now to start Clash of Champions live stream. And then as usual for the start, yeah, and of course if I'd shut up, we'd be out of here by now, and we'd be fine, we'd be perfect, everything would be normal. But no, we don't do it that way. We're different. What was I gonna say? Now I just lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah, started at 10-2, like I've stated before, because people were complaining at the start, well, hey, why aren't you doing anything? You know, well, I do what I do at the start with getting everything set up after promotion-wise, you know, on social media. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe, but then I got to do what I got to do with the thumbnail tags and then promote even more once the live stream is officially live. And sorry for any technical difficulties today once again with the buffering, disconnect, reconnect, even the emergency with too hot. What was the term that they used? Once again, overheating. Thank you. Zeke Elliott, touchdown Cowboys. 9 apiece. They're going to take the lead here with the extra point. As there was a safety. And with the Cowboy touchdown, we hear some Nirvana. Seattle zone. And yes, touchdown. So 3-0, 7-3, 9-3 after the safety, and then Dallas going to take the lead here after that touchdown, pending the extra point. We might have a tie 9 apiece ball game. But yeah, I got to do what I got to do once I start everything up, once it's officially live. But sorry for any technical difficulties. Once again with the buffer, the disconnect, reconnect, but overheating, and the extra point is doinked off the upright, and it's no good. So we are tied at 9. Like, you cannot make this shit up. It's 2020, folks. Extra point, no good. 9-9. And it was every 9 years that the Texans defeated the Steelers. However, they did not score in the second half and lost by 28-21 earlier. Because every 9 years, this is 2002 when they entered the league, and then in 2011, the only 2 wins they've ever had against the Black and Gold. In the first meeting since Christmas Day 2017. Earlier, Steelers sort of come from behind. It was back and forth, you know, after a while there. But then a slow second half in the third quarter. And Houston shut out in the second half. It was 21-17 at halftime. But we started out 3-0, 14-3, 17-14, 21-17. And then Pittsburgh with a field goal, a touchdown, a 2-point, winning it 28-21, Houston being shut out. And we'll get into final stats coming up here, actually shortly, like right now. Some other games, though, right now in the NFL, score-wise, Colts lead the Jets in a rematch Super Bowl III, 17-7. Panthers 9-7 over the Chargers. Bucks 7-zip over the Broncos. 7-3 Cardinals on top of the Lions. 9 apiece then with the Cowboys and Seahawks now. And then still to come tonight, Packers, Saints, Sunday Night Football, Monday night, tomorrow night, Chiefs and Ravens. That'll be Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson, your past 2 NFL MVPs. Thursday Night Football, it was Dolphins 31-13 over the Jacksonville Jaguars on the road. And then earlier today, the Bears defeat the Falcons 30-26. Got another change to the Clash of Champions. All right, we'll have to look at that. Actually, we'll look at that right now, and then we'll check out any other breaking news by any means. What do we got now? A lot going on. A lot to keep up on. All right, Shinsuke Nakamura, Cesaro Nakamura, Lucha House Party, SmackDown Tag Team Championship match. That's on the kickoff pre-show. And as mentioned earlier, Lucha House Party, no chance in hell, as Vince McMahon would say, on winning that match. Cesaro Nakamura will in fact win. But the Bears with a 30-26 win over the Falcons. They blew another lead. Bills come from behind. With a little help from an official with a pass interference late. And then, yeah, that was bonus coverage along with the other game there, Chicago and Atlanta. Saw Washington, Cleveland, Tennessee, Minnesota, Cincinnati, Philly. Saw about half of these 1 o'clock games, honestly, with the actual full games and then the bonus coverage. So yeah, about 6 games in 4 hours. But Bears 30-26 over the Falcons. Bills 35-32 over the Rams. Browns 34-20. Winners 2 in a row now over the Redskins, the Washington football team, who have now, after starting 1-0, have lost 2 straight, as mentioned earlier. Cleveland losing to Baltimore and then defeating Cincinnati, who just tied Philly, and then defeating Washington today before losing to Arizona and now Cleveland. Titans with a 1-point 31-30 win over the Vikings. Next week, the Steelers will be in Music City taking on the Titans. The Vikings will host the Texans. Patriots 36-20 winners over the Raiders. 49ers 36-9 over the Giants. And then a final in overtime, a tie 23 ball game with the Bengals and Eagles. Packers same Sunday night. Ravens, excuse me. Monday night. Still thinking about that Chief-Ram game on Monday night a few years back that was a preview to what should have been a Super Bowl rematch in Super Bowl 53 that year, but the Patriots beat the Chiefs in the title game in overtime. They'll actually meet next week as well. Patriots will return to Kansas City next Sunday at 4:25 on CBS. DK Metcalf, touchdown out of the back of the end zone. It was a perfect pass right on the money, and now it's a touchback. You got to be kidding me. This week 3 is so wild in the NFL. He caught it. Didn't think anybody was behind him. Yeah, Troy Aikman knows what that feels like. Catches it, and then he should have just kept tucking it and running into the end zone, but he held it down to his side like a loaf of bread. Ball jarred loose. That's a Leon Lett play. Right at the goal line too. Wilson right on the money to Metcalf, and that was a touchdown to take a 16-9 lead, but now it's a touchback because the ball went out of the back of the end zone. Ball jarred loose with the punch, and yeah, they say touchback. They'll look at it, of course. He wasn't in. No, he wasn't even in the end zone. That'll be a touchback. That's a good call by the refs. That's just stupidity. That's a stupid mistake. You can't have that. Wow. Just wow. 1st and 10, Cowboys at the 20. Prescott gonna be, well, he gets rid of it. I don't know if that's a fumble or a incomplete pass, but the Seahawks have it. And they say incomplete. A forward lateral from his left hand. We've seen a lot today in the NFL. A wild, crazy week 3. Just, you cannot make this stuff up. You can't. But that is why you play the games. It's not decided on paper, as everybody thinks it is. It's decided on the field. So that's the end of 1 already in Seattle. Tied at 9. Cowboys and Seahawks. Hopefully this doesn't stay the same score for the next 55 minutes if they go to overtime and tie as well, and have 2 tie games. But nonetheless, a very crazy week 3, no doubt about it. Yeah, we didn't get that Super Bowl 53 rematch. Trying to tie up my last thought. It was the Patriots then beating the Rams in Super Bowl 53, 13-3 in Atlanta. So Monday night, well, still to come tonight, Clash of Champions and Sunday Night Football with Packers and Saints. We'll get the conclusion of Cowboys-Seahawks, along with Monday Night Football live reactions will play tomorrow night with the Chiefs and Ravens once again, Mahomes and Lamar Jackson, along with Monday Night Raw too. So be sure to tune back in. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't done so already. So now Texans Steelers, the main focal point of today's live stream. Final stats and scores. Steelers with a 28-21 win. Deshaun Watson was 19-27, 264 with 2 touchdowns and an interception. Ben Roethlisberger was 23-36 for 237, and 2 touchdowns. So they both played about the same. Watson just had the interception because yardage, Watson 264 through the air, and then Roethlisberger 237 through the air. And then the interception was key late. It was. That was the only turnover of the ball game too. And Pittsburgh in the second half controlled the game clock because Houston was shut out. They only touched the ball, I believe, 3 times, if not 4. In the second half, but the drives were very, very quick, short 3 and outs. So Pittsburgh goes to 3-0. Houston at 0-3 now. David Johnson, 13 of 23 for a touchdown. And that was to go up 14-3, and then he really didn't do much afterwards. He did have also 2 catches for 23 yards receiving, but what I said at halftime, at that point, Houston, even the stats didn't say it, I thought was running the ball a little bit better than the Steelers. But then the Steelers ended up finishing with another 100-yard rusher for the 3rd consecutive game, and James Conner 2 times out of the past 3 weeks. 18 carries for Conner for 109 yards and a touchdown. Anthony McFarland in his first NFL game, 6 carries for 42 yards. Benny Snell was 7 of 11, even though Sheets is better. Houston receiving, Randall Cobb had 4 catches for 95 yards and a touchdown. Will Fuller, 4 of 54 and a score. Kenny Stills had 3 catches for 35 yards as well. Jordan Akins, 2 of 28. David Johnson, as mentioned, 2 of 23. Brandon Cooks, 3 of 23. Houston will go and play the Minnesota Vikings next week, a battle of 2 0-3 teams. Pittsburgh Steelers, on the other hand, with the win, they go to 3-0. They're 3-0 for the first time now in a decade. The last time they were 3-0, they went to Super Bowl 45 before losing to Aaron Rodgers and the Green Bay Packers. Roethlisberger once again was 23-36, 237 yards and 2 touchdowns. James Conner, 18 carries, 109 yards and a score. Eric Ebron led the way. Pittsburgh receiving, 5 catches for 52 yards. They finally went to the damn tight end. Thank you very much. 5:52 for a score. Juju Smith-Schuster also had 4 catches for 43 yards and a touchdown. James Conner, 440 out of the backfield, so he had almost 150 total yards. James Conner did this afternoon, as he is Pittsburgh's bell cow running back. James Washington, 5 for 36 in absence of Deontay Johnson, who went out early with a concussion, did not play a role, was not a factor in the special teams aspect today, did not have a catch receiving either. So in relief, in his absence, James Washington had 5 catches for 36 yards. They only went to Chase Claypool once. He had 1 catch for 24 yards. Vance McDonald had 3 catches for 35 yards as well, but the Pittsburgh Steelers pick up the 28-21 win over the visiting Houston Texans that fall to 0-3. Pittsburgh 3-0, as mentioned, for the first time in a decade. The first meeting since Christmas in 2017. The 9-year effect didn't play a role. Thought at a time it very well could, with history being on the Texans side, but not the case today. And then TJ and Derek Watt get the better of their older brother in JJ Watt, with the Steelers picking up the victory this afternoon. Pittsburgh 28, Texans 21. Steelers with a 7-point 28-21 win. They're averaging about 26, 27, 28 points a game now, which is good. Could be a little bit better. Defense didn't play as well today as what they've had done the past few weeks. They did have a few sacks. They did have an interception, so they did get a turnover, and those streaks will continue on to next week before they play the Titans next Sunday at 1. I'll have live reactions for that as well, so be sure to tune in. Also, WWE NXT TakeOver 31 next weekend as well, so 2 consecutive weeks of doubleheaders with NFL football with the Steelers at 1 p.m. and then a WWE pay-per-view later on Sunday night, as it will be tonight and next week. So be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links always in the description below. The thumbs up button. Subscribe. Preview, prediction videos. Didn't do Clash of Champions 1, that's why I did it during halftime and in the second half today. But just be sure to keep an eye out for videos just across the board for YouTube with preview predictions, recaps, live streams, college football underway. We'll get more into that in the next few weeks or so, with the Big Ten returning, Penn State, Indiana, Penn State, Ohio State, late in October, before they'll finish their 8-game season early mid-December before the Big Ten championship. Yeah, just be sure to subscribe. You subscribe, you like, follow, and subscribe on social media. You'll see updates. You'll see question of the day posts. You'll see everything on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and right here on YouTube. But nonetheless, yeah, a very, very good day once again so far, and we still got a lot of games going on with the NFL. We're gonna check here with some of these notifications with potentially that overtime that I was looking into. But like I said, if I don't find that now, I'll eventually see it later. Yeah, Falcons blow another lead. Foles came in replacing Trubisky. So I don't know if he was injured or they benched him, but Foles had 3 touchdowns, 3 passing touchdowns. What else we got? Not a whole lot, honestly. I mean, breaking news then with new AP polls out for the NFL, or college football, excuse me. Big Ten back in it, since they'll be returning to play in a few weeks. No, nothing though on the overtime. And I'll have to look into that. Falcons blow another game. They're up 16 and they lose by 4. That's pathetic. I'm not gonna be shocked they fired Dan Quinn either tonight or tomorrow. I wouldn't be. I don't think anybody would right now. Like, they just don't know how to finish. They don't. So South Park out in the stands in Denver. I guess there's a picture of Cam Newton floating around. Steelers win, of course. A new AP pull-out for college football. So, with Clash of Champions beginning now, coming up shortly, a few matches now not on the card. Those are officially Bailey, Nikki Cross, Nia Jax, Shayna Baszler, and the Riot Squad. We'll see what they do, in fact, do now moving forward tonight and tomorrow night on Raw. Well, this week in general for WWE programming. But the Steelers look good today. They did. They started out slow. They were up 3-0, then trailed by 11, 14-3. Just as they got back in it, here come the Texans once again. They capitalized right before halftime, 21-17, but then they got shut out in the second half. Pittsburgh at home took advantage. Fans or no fans. Defense stepped up when they needed to. They didn't play as good, though. Obviously, of course, we'd like them to play a little bit better. They had a few sacks and a turnover late, as well. And then Pittsburgh running the football. Ben looked good again. He didn't look as good as what he did week 1, or even last week. But hey, a win is still a win. And especially, 37, 38 years old. Throwing for 200 plus yards and 2 touchdowns per game, week in and week out, that's pretty damn good. So if only they were more consistent at running the football, everything would probably be better. But if they're winning games like this, I'll take it. It's always a slow start, it seems like, and then they find rhythm right before halftime, build off of that momentum entering the second half, and they're 3-0 for the first time since 2010. So we'll see what happens. But they go to Tennessee next week to take on the Titans. I'll have live reactions, play-by-play, so be sure to tune in. And I'll see everybody coming up here shortly in a little bit for more live reactions, play-by-play of this Cowboys-Seahawks conclusion with WWE Clash of Champions. and NFL Sunday Night Football with the Packers and Saints from the Big Easy down in the Bayou at the Superdome in New Orleans. It'll be Aaron Rodgers and Drew Brees, but Steelers with a 28-21 sort of, like I said, come from behind win over the visiting Houston Texans to get to 3-0, because the shutout in the second half helped out, of course, because if not, they probably would have lost. And then they were, the defense stepped up and played well when they needed to. The defense, or the offense then running the football, they ran the ball when they needed to, but if there's just more consistency with both, more so running the ball the whole entire game, it would be a little bit better. But like I said, if they're winning games like this, it should be good, and they should be fine. But it's still a long season. Don't want to obviously get way too far ahead of myself. Still a 16-game regular campaign with 7 teams in the playoff now. Depending on what happens tomorrow night with Baltimore, the Steelers could very well be in first place in the AFC North if the Chiefs pick up the win. So we'll see what happens there. That's Monday night. Arrow shot of Seattle. Tied at 9. Cowboys and Seahawks. I'm going to get off of YouTube here, stop this live stream, and then I'll see everybody shortly for WWE Clash of Champions, a little bit before 7 p.m. Tonight, East Coast time, Eastern Standard Time. But Steelers with a 28-21 win. I'll talk more about it later on tonight and tomorrow, of course, with everything else going on in the National Football League as well. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool Hand Luke 96. Subscribe button if you haven't done so already. Links in the description below. So everybody, very shortly for WWE Clash of Champions, with the conclusion to Cowboys Seahawks along with NFL Sunday Night Football with the Packers and Saints. Steelers with a 7-point 28-21 win over the Houston Texans today. And then we saw a lot of bonus coverage football as well, but the first NFL tie in 2020 with the Bengals and Eagles tying at 23 at the end of overtime. Absolutely pathetic. NFL, please, 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 from all of us that watch football, please change the overtime rule. Please. I can't beg anymore. I don't think anybody can, for God's sakes, but the overtime rule does need to change, and we'll get more into that later on. But Steelers, 28-21 winners over the Houston Texans.